Welcome to Books of Our Time, brought to you by the Massachusetts School of Law and seen nationwide. Today we shall discuss a book entitled The Korean War. The book discusses the historical origins of that war, which to this day are unknown to most Americans. Joining me today is its author, Bruce Cumings, the chairman of the Department of History at the University of Chicago. And I am Lawrence R. Velvel, the dean of the Massachusetts School of Law. Thank you for coming up, Bruce.
Thank you for having me.
Delighted. I wish to say that having heard you at lunch, I feel that a lot of the questions I intended to ask are not necessarily geared to some of the things you said. So I hope you would just use my questions not just as something to answer, but also as springboards to other things that you might wish to talk about. We have a pretty literate and educated faculty, and I think the number of things you were talking about that were unknown even to a pretty accomplished group illustrates the need or the desirability of saying them on television if you remember to say them. Now, I want to avoid misconceptions because I've read reviews and so forth, and to avoid misconceptions, why don't you tell us, briefly or at length, whichever you wish, with as much detail as you wish, what your conception, your conception of the North Korean government is for the last, say, 30 or 40 years?
I think the last 30 years or so have been the worst period in North Korea for a regime that basically established itself in 1945, even though it didn't become the Democratic People's Republic of Korea until 1948. North Korea in the mid-'80s probably thought they were still competing pretty well with South Korea. In the 60s, they were way ahead of them, with their industrial growth rate being one of the highest in the world. And our diplomats back in the 60s worried about South Korea ever catching up with North Korea.
Excuse me, that's astonishing.
It is astonishing.
Is there an American other than somebody who's an expert like you whom you think knows that?
Well, I think most experts on North Korea are pretty well aware of it. But I remember when I was a graduate student at Columbia, and one of my professors, James Morley, wrote a book called South Korea and Japan, Our Allies in the Pacific. It was a sort of policy-oriented book. But you can look at that book, which I think was published in 1965 or 6, and see him saying that South Korea basically has a basket case economy, and North Korea is roaring ahead, and if we don't, stop this somehow, there's going to be a terrible imbalance on the peninsula. Now, I mean, this isn't so hard to understand because North Korea had most of the heavy industry that the Japanese had built up in Korea during their colonial rule of 40 years, 1910 to 1945. The Japanese put a lot of steel mills, iron works, huge chemical factories, hydroelectric facilities, some of the largest in the world, into North Korea. And then the North Koreans inherited all of these. So they had a very good head start in terms of heavy industry. South Korea had most of the light industry, but that really didn't take off until the 60s when South Korea began exporting textiles and light electronics. So you have, in the 50s and 60s, quite an imbalance in terms of the economic strength of these two regimes. And South Korea began pulling ahead, according to our CIA published statistics, in the late 70s. But it's important to know that per capita income in North and South Korea was about the same in 1978, 79. And I think North Korea didn't have much of a perception of falling behind themselves until the mid-'80s, when South Korea began successfully exporting steel, automobiles, having their own machine building plants, huge shipyards for oil tankers. That made the North Koreans realize that they were falling behind. Then the Soviet Union collapsed, and in spite of North Korea always claiming they were entirely self-reliant, they relied on the Soviets and also the Chinese for a lot, and especially oil. Their entire energy regime broke down when the Soviets started charging them market prices, or the Russians did after 1991. Kim Il-sung died in 1994, and that led to a leadership paralysis. So 10 years ago, you had a famine in North Korea, a basic collapse of the economy, the inexcusable deaths of probably 600 to 700,000 people, not really the 2 million that you read about, but it was pretty awful, something they should have stopped. And then they muddled through with any number of people saying they're going to collapse tomorrow morning, and then came into the 21st century with a regime that is actually reasonably stable compared to what it was 10 years ago. It's growing, not every year, but some years 3 or 4%. There are markets in North Korea that have sprouted first as a matter of necessity because the regime lost its ability to deliver goods and services to everybody. But those markets have grown, and there are some 2,000 markets in the capital city. So we're talking about a regime that has really gone through hell as of about 10 years ago, but today is not well off, but is better off than they were then. One thing that I think your viewers might be interested in knowing is that at the very worst point in the famine, when child malnutrition was running 40–45%, the number of children living to 5 years old had dropped dramatically, stunting. All of this caused by the lack of food, by this famine. North Korea never reached India's year-in, year-out figures. Now, India is a great democracy, and we applaud that, but the fact is there is something going on in India that leaves almost half of their children malnourished, stunted, dying before the age of 5, and that in itself is also inexcusable, I think, but it tells you that North Korea had a terrible crisis according to their standards and any modern standards, but there are many countries around the world much worse off than North Korea year in and year out.
Do you think that we hear more about the North Korean famine and its drastic character than we do about similar things in India and elsewhere?
Well, North Korea has an incredible capacity, especially in the United States, for attracting bad news. It sticks to the North Koreans like flies. Most of the time they deserve it. But it isn't a country where you're going to see articles that will tell you what I just told you.
Yeah.
And that to me is unfortunate, because we need to explain why North Korea is still around 20 years after the Soviet Union collapsed. And you don't explain it by saying everybody's starving, or they've got a horrible, vicious dictator there who's beating up on everybody day in, day out. It is one of the most totalitarian regimes on the face of the earth. It is probably the largest garrison state in terms of the proportion of the population in the military that the world has ever seen. You know, these are well-known characteristics, but there isn't a desire in the U.S. to know much about North Korea beyond what we read in the headlines, which is usually bad. I myself am an historian, but I'm often surprised at the lack of investigative reporting on North Korea, because it's been such a salient policy issue now for 20 years. You get some investigative reporting, of course, much of it in the New York Times, but there isn't nearly enough of it. So we have a very distorted view of North Korea. They're their own worst enemy.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody does do-it-yourself Oriental stereotyping better than Kim Jong-il. No regime lets less information out. Speaking of an industrialized urban state, they seem to have a terror of information from the outside world, or letting the outside world know what's going on inside North Korea. And frankly, in my career, I've learned that they lie when telling the truth would be much more to their benefit. Right. So you have a regime that is very hard to know, doesn't want you to know much about it, and is led by a guy who frankly looks like something out of an opera bouffe. You know, Kim Jong-il with his hair standing straight up, his women's sunglasses, and his double knit pantsuit. So they are their own worst enemies. and they're the cause of most of their problems. But we are a democracy, and we, a month or so ago, came very close to getting into another shooting match with North Korea. And it behooves us, I think, to have much higher standards.
Yeah. Why did North Korea collapse so dramatically and have this terrible famine after the collapse of the Soviet Union? What was the Soviet, was it giving them below market rate energy, or what was happening that stopped and caused this?
Well, I think it's something that none of the experts fully understand. But as I understand it, you had the collapse of the energy regime in the early 90s after the Soviets began charging world prices for oil and other commodities that they sell to North Korea. This then affected their industry and agriculture. The industry didn't have fuel, but they also, believe it or not, North Korea had one of the highest rates in the world of putting chemical fertilizer on their fields. I first went to North Korea in 1981, having been in the Peace Corps in South Korea and lived there, done a lot of research there. And one of the things that amazed me was that the rice fields didn't reek of what we might call manure, only it's human manure. In South Korea, they were still collecting excrement and dumping it on the fields as fertilizer. And you haven't smelled anything until you've smelled a rice paddy that's just had that dumped on it. During the war, soldiers complained about it all the time. When I went to North Korea in '81, I stood in a rice paddy and it didn't stink. And I said, you don't use, human manure? He said, no, we have a very large chemical industry. We've been putting chemical fertilizer on the fields for a very long time. And it turned out when the World Agricultural Association got into North Korea in the 80s, they validated that North Korea had a very high rate of chemical fertilizer. So when you take that away, there goes their rice crop because the chemical factories weren't functioning. Their tractors and rice transplanting machines weren't functioning because of a lack of fuel. And then that cascaded through the economy so that an industrial city like Chungjin essentially looks like Detroit. Not only are the factories not working, but they've been cannibalized by people in search of anything to sell on the black markets that exist and have existed since the famine. So their only hope is really to work with South Korea and other countries to rebuild their economic infrastructure. And that's what's going on, for example, in the Kaesong export zone that's employing about 40,000 North Koreans. It's all South Korean technology now.
Well, would it be accurate to say that the South Koreans, to some extent, are deliberately trying to help North Korea get back on its feet economically?
They certainly were for 10 years, from 1998 to 2008, when the Nobel Peace Prize winner Kim Dae-jung was president, and then his hand-picked successor was elected for a 5-year term. South Korean presidents only get one 5-year term. During that 10-year period, a great deal of aid and equipment, technology went to the north. That's when this Kaesong export zone was set up. There were going to be more of them if that particular party in the South had held on to the presidency, which they didn't. So since 2008, with the opposition in a much more conservative president, there's not much rebuilding or, actually a lot of backpedaling regarding the North Korean economy. But I will say that I thought South Korean firms were very smart 10 years ago and even before. They were slowly but surely taking pieces of the North Korean economy and rebuilding the infrastructure, putting in the latest technologies, putting in whole factories, to rebuild North Korea bit by bit, rather than try to absorb North Korea the way West Germany absorbed East Germany, which was extremely expensive and even today still difficult. So I thought that was a very wise strategy. Kim Dae-jung said, reconciliation will take another generation before unification. And so you would have had, if there had been that continuity, 30 years, 25 or 30 years of piece by piece rebuilding the North Korean economy.
In a minute or two, we'll get into de facto reconciliation, or its opposite. But I think you mentioned that they've got a very large army And I know that you said it's almost like Iwo Jima, where we didn't think there were any Japanese there. Little did we know they were all underground. Apparently, the entire army, or much of it, is underground. Would you elaborate a little bit on the size of their army and how they dug it in and why?
Well, it's our commander in the South in 1999 who said that pretty much the whole North Korean military is underground. They have some 15,000 underground facilities. They were building underground during the Korean War along the DMZ, where they built whole factories, dormitories for soldiers and everything underground. And they've been doing it ever since because they've never been able to control the air, either during the Korean War or if there were another one, they would lose control of the air very quickly. Kim Il-sung said, I think around 1962 or 63, well, the U.S. has put nuclear weapons into the South, which we had done in 1958. We have no choice but to build underground because they can sweep the face of our country with those weapons. And that wasn't the start of it, but it was a big impetus to it. So you have jets flying into the side of mountains. You have an army of more than 1 million men and women that in a country that has a population of 23 to 4 million. So 1 in every 23 or 4 people is in the military.
It's astounding.
It's astonishing. Men stay there from 18 to 28, 10-year terms. But then, of course, when they're 28, 38, 48, they are people who spent 10 years in the military. And so the general population is heavily militarized. And I have always liked the term garrison state, which Harold Lasswell coined back around 1949 or 50. And I think Eisenhower used it a couple of times when he was worried about the military-industrial complex. But I don't think there's ever been a garrison state like North Korea. It is the most militarized state on the face of the earth, dug in redundantly. I mean, I once saw something in the New York Times. I mean, I don't go to Washington to get security clearances, so, you know, it's a limit, a certain kind of limit on what I can know about all of this. But I saw in the New York Times that the U.S. thought North Korea had 2 and possibly 3 atomic bomb controlling centers, that they had, because we can bomb the hell out of them, that they had this redundancy. And so we wouldn't know where the controlling facilities were when they detonated an atomic bomb, because it might be one of 3 places. Now that shows the extraordinary depth of their commitment to building underground. North Korea has been under nuclear threat since the Korean War. Our war plans for decades called for using nuclear weapons very early in a new war. That's one reason there hasn't been a new war, but every general prepares for the worst case. And so North Korea has essentially spent about 50 or 60 years developing the only deterrent to nuclear weapons that they possibly can until they got their own nuclear weapons in the last few years.
Do you think most Americans know that we had nuclear weapons in South Korea as early as in 1958 or so?
Something that's very mystified. I've tried to bring it out time and time again in articles, but I went to the Eisenhower Library and looked at the documents on it. We put Honest John missiles, nuclear tipped, into South Korea in 1958. The decision was made in 1957 by John Foster Dulles. And if you look at the National Security Council records, they know they are violating a cardinal principle of the armistice that ended the Korean War, which is not to introduce new and different quality weapons. They said, well, they're always doing that. They're bringing in new MiGs and everything, so we can do this. But I mean, to go from conventional weapons to nuclear weapons essentially obliterated that, that article of the...
yeah, that's taken as, these days, that is the line. That is the line.
They were there in the hundreds in the 70s and 80s.
In the hundreds?
Yeah, hundreds, because they started with bringing in tactical nuclear weapons like nuclear mines that you can fit in a backpack. A soldier in a Jeep goes up to the DMZ and puts one down. In the 80s, a lot of this came out because our own military didn't like it. I heard a retired general give a lecture at the Carnegie Endowment where he said, we've done things like put a nuclear weapon on a helicopter and then it goes up near the DMZ, and what if it's, you know, somehow captured by the North Koreans, or it gets off course? He said we've relied way too much on a nuclear deterrent, to the point the South Korean army doesn't think it has to fight in a new war because we're going to wipe out the North Koreans.
Yeah, they didn't fight in the last war, you might say. The North Koreans have 2 bombs, say. What would they do with them? How would they get them to wherever, Seoul or Busan or wherever?
Well, I think in Washington this is a question that our own intelligence people are mulling over, because the North Koreans in 2006 detonated a nuclear device, and it was, for a nuclear weapon, kind of a pop gun. It was about half of a kiloton compared to, say, 20 kilotons over Hiroshima.
Hiroshima, yeah.
They then did another one in 2009, and this time they did a serious device, probably 4 to 5 kiloton range. It's not like the Hiroshima bomb, but it'll certainly blast the hell out of a major city. But people still don't know how they would deliver it. They are very good at manufacturing missiles. They have medium-range missiles that are among the best in the world outside of the American bailiwick. They sell them to Yemen, to Syria, to Pakistan, to Iran, and they're quite accurate. I mean, when the Iranians blow off a medium-range missile, it says Shahab on it, but it's essentially a North Korean missile that they've repainted. And the Pakistanis got a lot of help from the North Koreans with their missiles. So that's the most worrisome factor, because a medium-range missile in North Korea can reach all of Japan, including our Marines in Okinawa and, of course, South Korea. And the question then is, have they been able to miniaturize a nuclear weapon enough to put it on a warhead? And generally, the consensus seems to be they haven't been able to do that yet. They're probably at the stage we were in the mid-1940s, and that the only delivery vehicle for a bomb like that was a lightened B-29, a very heavy bomber that even had to be lightened to carry this single very heavy bomb. That's probably where they are, but they don't have a bomber like, well, if they do have a bomber like that, but it wouldn't get within 30 miles of Seoul before it'd be shot down. Yeah. I think the worst problem might be something that was talked about a great deal at the beginning of the Cold War, called in situ placement, where you just bring the bomb in on a freighter and put it someplace that you control in your enemy country. That's why Soviet merchant ships weren't allowed to call at our ports all through the early part of the Cold War, because the Soviets didn't have a delivery capability until they got their missiles. Yeah. So that's a real conundrum, but the trouble with nuclear weapons is it's not something you want to get, push on and then find out you get a big surprise, like they do have warheads on their missiles. Yeah. So it's part of the mystery of North Korea's nuclear program, but whether conventional or in nuclear weapons, any new war on the Korean Peninsula would be an absolute catastrophe. Yeah. And I think most of our generals at least understand that.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Massachusetts School of Law. Legal education that is practical, accessible, affordable, and enjoyable. Offering flexible day and evening classes, full or part-time studies, where candidates are assessed not on the LSAT, but their academic and other accomplishments, providing more professional skills training than any other law school in New England. Massachusetts School of Law. Visit us at mslaw.edu, training students to become successful lawyers and advocates, not just legal scholars.
At the new American College of History and Legal Study in Salem, New Hampshire, you can finish your bachelor's degree affordably and get on the fast track to law school. We teach American history, and you'll receive a rigorous education at a very low cost. The small day and evening classes allow you to interact closely with the distinguished faculty. At the American College of History and Legal Studies, professors don't lecture. Through the discussion method of teaching, you'll be engaged in the issues raised in class. You'll learn to be a critical thinker, a better writer, and a polished public speaker. And you'll be able to compete with anybody in today's competitive marketplace. You can also get on the fast track to law school. Qualified students gain early admission into the Massachusetts School of Law.
I don't know what the hell is going on here. There's like a commercial in the middle of the video or something.
Undergraduate education to finish your bachelor's degree with the opportunity to start your law degree early. Call or visit today.
Slides. Please give them a call at 603-458. They are now a monthly donor to the stream. No, I'm sorry. I have no idea what that was.
The actions of the North Korean government in 1950.
There's a lot
came
going.
across,
Oh Jesus!
And I think it was June 23rd.
What happened?
No, the video froze because
Why do you think that their actions
Didn't freeze on
in
mine.
1950 in invading South Korea
Just get rid of the video.
was at least in significant
All right.
part
I'm just gonna pause that, and then I need to add this thing to there. Go back to here. What a coincidence. It is that China, Russia, and the DPRK are all super protective of their people land. It's almost as if they've been pillaged before and aren't going to allow it to happen again.
It's an interesting point, Sam. It'd be nice if we could walk through some kind of like a historical series of events that led to that type of isolationist perspective of the quote-unquote hermit kingdom of Korea. If only someone had arranged a series of, I don't know, maybe slides with information that is like well sourced and well researched from a number of different academically credible books, so that we could really just learn about how that situation transpired.
So, chat, I believe that we have brought it up before, right? About how Pat at one point had, researched a lot. And I mean like a lot about the Korean War, right? And I'm not kidding. Pat, could you lift up like, the kind of research that we're talking about? There you go. Okay. That's the amount of book that Pat read just completely independently. Like not for Twitch, not for YouTube, not for, any kind of clout, nothing. Like literally just did it because he wanted to start making videos about, Korea. Yeah, we are nerds. Well, Pat's more of a nerd than me. So like, he read all of these books, right? And then it's interesting that you bring that up, Wilco. There's this little podcast, right, called Blowback that announces, turns out, you know what? Fuck it. We're going back for season 2. And you'll never believe what country. Was it 3? I thought it was. All right, yeah, 2 was Cuba.
They did Iraq first.
Right. So they're like, all right, we're doing season 3, and you'll never believe what it's gonna be on. Korea. This is like after Pat has already read like what, probably a majority of those books, if not all of them.
Oh yeah, I read all the books by then.
All right.
I finished all these books like a solid. The draft that I'm working with today was completely finished. I had completely written it before. I just don't have the ability to like edit video or anything like that, so it never turned into anything. But this was done probably 2 or 3 full years before Blowback was released.
Yeah. So, then, Pat starts talking to me about how like, I want to, do something with this still, but like, maybe do like a podcast or something, or like, do you think I should just do like YouTube videos, because Blowback already did like a whole podcast about like the Korean War and whatnot. And I was like, yeah, we could maybe do like YouTube videos or something. And then I don't know how, but one way or another, I found out about Twitch, and I wound up on here on a pretty regular basis. And I started talking to him about how like, yo, you should do like a Twitch. Let's do a Twitch. Like I'll inject myself into all of this because, fuck it. Why not? And next thing you know, we are putting this whole fucking thing together and working on setting up this. Yeah, it is a drug. Ask my wife. And so, next thing you know, we are putting together this fucking Twitch, which originally started as Pat just wanting to make a podcast about the Korean War, right? So when the Korean chapter came up for when the Korean chapter came up in Killing Hope, right? Pat,
Something was activated.
it's not, it like it just it triggered it set off like a thing in his head, like a Soviet agent.
Manchurian candidate of sorts. So kind of what happened was, as we were moving into the next chapter of Killing Hope, which we've been covering over the past few streams, was on Korea. And I was very excited to do that because of the previous things that I had read about Korea. Now, this was a double-edged sword because I have read a good amount about Korea, and I actually have like a 40-page script that I had written for a project on Korea that I was hoping to do. So I was like, let me dust that thing off and, check it for some reference points that I can use for this Killing Hope thing. What ultimately happened was, as opposed to adding some references from my own writings on Korea, my writing has entirely subsumed all of the Killing Hope slides.
Pat hit me up saying the other night, I have like 70 slides. I think I may have lost control. And I was like, maybe a little.
So I kind of went into a manic state for several hours yesterday, most of the day yesterday, trying to figure out how I was going to put together this presentation on Korea. And I asked Johnny, I was like, I feel like the 12 pages or so that is in Killing Hope just simply does not do the subject justice. There's so many things missing. So let me add like an intro. And then my intro got way too long because I can't control myself. And also I couldn't cut any parts of my baby out that I had already decided on. So I asked Johnny, do you think maybe I could just do my presentation of the events that led up to the Korean War as like a prelude to the Killing Hope, which is very centered on the Korean War?
Right.
And he said, sure. And so he allowed me to do that. So I have my little pedestal now. I have my slides, and I'm finally able to, at least in some point, to some degree, talk about this thing that I wrote about Korea a couple years.
Look, here's going to be like the real difference between what we're doing and Blowback, right? Because I want there to be a clear and defined difference.
First of all, I have no idea what Blowback did because I can't listen to a single episode.
He hasn't. He won't.
I don't, and nothing against Blowback. I absolutely love the work that they do. I love the Iraq one. I love the Cuba one. I love everything about it. But it hurt my heart so deeply to listen to them talk about Korea. And it sounded like they followed a very similar line of reading that I did, because I'm like, oh, they're talking about that. I do. Yeah, that was. And so it just kind of like. It just kind of like wrenched my heart that I was never actually able to actually listen to the full episodes of it, because it depressed me so much that I worked so hard on this. And like, most importantly, people are learning about it, and that's what's most important. But as like somebody who was trying to do something creative with it, it was like, oh, I had all this and I just couldn't do anything with it. So
I think the main difference between what we're going to do today and what Blowback did is like we're going to focus a lot more on like the lead up to it, like the history.
100%. We're not talking about the Korean War today at all. I'm only talking about the events in Korea which precipitated the Korean War. But some historians would say that the war in Korea was going on for years prior to the official declaration of war, and that is my position, and I believe I will elaborate on that significantly in the coming slides here.
Just want to add this real quick here. Go back
Sam,
to
also,
that.
I noticed that you had resubbed before we came on. Thank you so much for your continued commitment and your services as a moderator.
Sam's a day one. All right.
Yeah, absolute OG.
So before we get going, Subversive History is a multimedia community project seeking to bring attention to the revolutionary struggles of the world's often unsung and frequently misunderstood sectors. These are the stories of the demonized, vilified, whitewashed, or otherwise forgotten campaigns against imperialism, colonialism, capitalist exploitation, and racial apartheid. The orthodoxy of Western hegemony has often labeled these dissidents as subversive, and these are the struggles we aim to illuminate, and we most certainly are today.
Oh, wow. Fidel's Left Hook is in here. Fidel's Left Hook knows a great deal about my Korea obsession. So welcome. I'm very good. I don't think I even announced it. I don't even think I told him on the side that I was going to be doing this today. So it's very special that he's here with us today.
I was gonna try and convince my wife to order Korean barbecue, but she's like, not.
Now he's asking about Guatemala. What about Guatemala? I have another 40-page script about Guatemala.
This is probably gonna happen when Guatemala comes up.
I want to talk about Guatemala. Oh yeah, Guatemala's coming up in this book also. So pretty much the same thing. Yeah, so here's the thing, guys. Guatemala just got brought up. So Korea was my absolute focus. I bought all these books. I was reading all these books for Korea. Then a friend of mine invited to go on a 6-week trip to Guatemala with him. So I was like, I'm just going to put this whole Korea thing on the back burner because now I'm actually going to be in Guatemala for 6 weeks. I'm going to buy 15 books on Guatemala. So this stack of books that I have for Korea, I have maybe a bigger one. A bigger one for Guatemala because I actually went there. So then I did this, everything that I did for Korea, I did for Guatemala as well. So now I have these 2 massive unfinished projects. I bit off way more than I could chew as someone who had never done anything in this realm before. So yeah, that's part of the reason why Korea took such a back seat.
It's all right. It'll take time, but you know, in like 10 years, you'll be like, doing videos as like Ben Norton and shit. It'll be great.
And also, what was I going to say? Also, this is the first time in Subversive History, which is a funny thing to say, that we will not be completely just paraphrasing other people's writings. This will be my writing, so please be delicate with me. Delicate with me. I mean, please praise me for my writing ability, or else I will be very, very upset.
He'll bail. Don't do it.
All right, so let's get it started. Johnny, do you want to read this first tech quote?
Sure.
By our friend
Bruce Cumings, another blowback alumni that they interviewed.
That's actually true. Fidel Zeptok said, "Well, let the record show I almost tapped Pat one time in BJJ." That's actually true. He got me in a really hard ankle lock, and I put on a poker face. And I think if he would have just held it for a little longer, I would have been forced to tap, but he did not. So sorry, we're getting off track here. Let's go ahead and read this.
Korea is an ancient nation, and one of the very few places in the world where territorial boundaries, ethnicity, and language have been consistent for well over a millennium. It sits next to China and was deeply influenced by the Middle Kingdom, but it has always had an independent civilization.
So first things first, I think this is very important to point out here. So history is replete. The history of the world is replete with these small empires or small nations or states or whatever you want to refer to them as throughout history being consumed by these larger empires. You can go all over the world, and there was once this kingdom here, but then it was taken down by this, and then there was the Mongols, and then there was the Chinese, and then the Japanese, and this is just in Asia. This happened all over the world. Korea, for being as small as it is and somewhat like a peripheral nation in many circumstances, whether it's peripheral to China, like as a protectorate of China or of Russia or of Japan or of the United States, it is almost like improbable that Korea existed for as long as it did, maintaining its own culture, its own language, its own namesake of its nation, while being almost nonstop aggravated by outside agitators. So that's this first quote. Is I want it to be known that the Chosun Empire lasted for many hundreds of years unthwarted or uninvaded or taken over and eradicated by any of the major outside powers which encircled it. So that's the first thing that I want to be known here, is that how monumental it is that Korea has persisted for as long as it did.
Wasn't there like 3 southern regions or something at one point?
Correct.
But that was one of the
kingdoms.
Yeah, the three kingdoms.
This
and
is
there's
prior to Chosun. Chosun is what existed for the longest period. If you go way back into Korea, you have to go back.
Sorry.
You have to go way back in Korean history to go back to the period of the 3 kingdoms. But for the sake of time and the sake of what is relevant, we're going to start in the 19th century when Korea first started dealing with Western powers, because I feel like that's really what we're talking about here. We're talking about Korea in the relatively modern time. We're dealing with Korea, especially as it relates to the United States. That's really what, the basis of this is. That's why it matters for our conversation with Killing Hope.
Because one could argue that the U.S. sort of tenderized a lot of like these territories that Imperial Japan would go on to like invade later, or even like be have
I would say
the
vice versa. I would say Japan tenderized Taiwan,
Okay.
Japan tenderized Korea, Japan tenderized the Philippines, parts of China. Like Japan was a real fucking bastard, as we'll come to see.
Because I was thinking that even in like the 18th century, I guess like it was like U.S. intervention that led to the rise of like the Japanese Empire.
Yes, that is correct. But that wouldn't be tenderizing the areas.
Right. Okay.
Japan was absolutely bolstered by the United States, and we'll get to that in one moment. So you're absolutely correct with that, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Also, for the record, Fidel's left hook is better at me than at playing Magic. He has top 8 in 2 PPTQs, and I have never made it into the top 8 of a PPTQ, and it still bothers me. Okay. The 19th century marked a pivotal milestone in Asian history. This was the period in which Western powers would begin to interfere with the political affairs of China, Japan, and Korea. Korea, traumatized from centuries of meddling and invasion from Japan, would employ exceptionally exclusive measures to defend their sovereignty. These tactics would earn Korea the nickname of the Hermit Kingdom, due to its anti-diplomatic tendencies. Korea's introverted nature was not unjustified, as Western trade agreements were producing less than desirable results in neighboring countries. To Korea's west, the British Empire would embark on its infamous Opium War with China in 1839, and a decade later, the United States would strong-arm Japan into an international agreement in 1854. Further south, France had already established firm colonial control over the Indochina territories by this time. In comparison to its neighbors, Korea held out the longest in terms of resisting imperialist penetration. So this is a little bit of this graphic that I have here is a little bit out of date, because you can see that Japan had already colonized Korea at this point.
Right.
For what I'm talking about now, let's pretend that hasn't happened yet. But everything else, the reason I like this one the best is because other maps of Asian colonization didn't include the British stuff in China, which I felt like is super important to this, because the Opium Wars and things like that. So as you can see here, you see the parts of China that are colonized, as well as India, as well as what would become Vietnam and the rest of French Indochina. Even below this, there's a lot of Dutch colonization happening in Indonesia as well. And then obviously you still have Tsarist Russia up there engaging its own forms of imperialism in Manchuria. So we see a lot of, this is what is encircling Korea at this point. And Korea faced many, many times imperial quests from Japan, which is what made it such a guarded and reserved little kingdom. So the Hermit Kingdom is something that people call North Korea till this day, but this was actually a term that was coined many like decades, even centuries prior to any involvement or before North Korea or the DPRK existed. The Hermit Kingdom goes back to the period of the Chosun, and that's part of the reason why Chosun was able to persevere for so long, is that it almost had an exclusive trading partnership with China. China was like the only nation that Korea did any business with. Everything else, Japan was like sworn off. There was a lot of problems with Japan throughout the ancient history. And they did especially not anybody from the West, because as you can see how the West is playing out. And what I want to say here as well is to point out the importance of trade. So the Opium Wars, if you know anything about the Opium Wars, was a campaign of trade. Right. The reason that the Opium Wars were happening is not because England wanted to engage in settler colonialism in China or anything like that. They were sabotaging the country and terrorizing it just because it's like, you have to trade with us.
Yeah. Oh, because so, like, I think it's the guy that wrote How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Right. Walter Rodney talks about this like a lot, but like prior to the rise of the Columbian age, right? And you can read this in Potniak and Radhika Desai's work, that like, China and Africa prior to the Columbian age, prior to the colonization of North America, were the economic powerhouses of the globe.
And
like,
India.
And India too. But like I was just saying, like,
Europe was a backwater.
Yeah.
What we know today is Europe was a defunct, unimportant, and really just unappetizing place to be a part of for many times prior to what you call the Columbian age. I mean, right. India and China were like the fucking places for most of the world's history.
The entire point of Columbus sailing to the New World was because he was trying to find a faster route to India. Right. As well as there's the quote that we read when we were reading The Divide from the Chinese emperor to be brought back to England, that you can trade, you can come back with gold and silver, but don't you dare ever bring back these rags that you brought with you.
It was one of the hardest diss tracks of all time.
Yes.
The Emperor of China at that point flamed England in a way that I don't think they've ever actually recovered from.
No.
So let's go forward here. You can go ahead and read, or should I just read them, or do you think
I'll read it?
Go ahead and read it. Yeah.
It was during August of 1866 that the infamous General Sherman incident would occur, when the USS General Sherman forged Korean waters with aspirations of developing trade with the Hermit Kingdom. The Korean Empire of Chosun was not receptive to the Americans' proposal, but offered food and provisions as consolation. Despite the generous hospitality offered to them, the Americans were undeterred, and in blatant disregard to the wishes of the Chosun, advanced deeper into Korean territory. Ultimately, the USS General Sherman was burned, sunk, and no crew members survived. The sinking of the General Sherman would go down in Korean history as a monumental achievement and celebrated as a feat of resistance against Western agitation.
So this is the first.
This rinky-dink ass fucking thing here.
You know what happened?
I said this rinky-dink ass fucking thing here.
Yeah. So this is the first example of a American vessel, or America in maybe not the first time an American was ever there, but like an official expedition that was coming to Korea. And there's this little river that goes up. I'm sorry, I'm not like a complete expert on Korea that knows every town and every river, but there's this little, it looks like a riverboat casino. There's this little river that goes up the western portion of Korea that kind of goes up that little inlet that exists between that, like there's like this scoop of water that goes on the western side of Korea. There's a river that goes to Pyongyang. So this boat came in there, and the reason that it was there was to open trade. Again, I'm going to keep harping on this because it's so important that they were on their way there to open trade. That's what it was. Hey, thanks, Sam. Chosun Island, 500 years of independence without being like, taken over, assumed into another country, destabilized, anything like that. And you'll notice this too. So sometimes Joseon is spelled with a J, sometimes it's spelled with a CH. You can also find this with the Jeju Island. Sometimes it's Jeju or Jeju. That's because obviously in Korean, they don't use the same characters as us. So we're just doing our best to kind of, imitate the language with English characters. So yeah.
Does this help at all?
No, but if you look down where Pyongyang is, see that river? This helps perfectly. So you see that river that goes into Pyongyang?
Yes,
that's where the
Taedong.
Yes, that's where the General Sherman went. Okay. The General Sherman entered the Taedong River, and the Chosun people at the time said, "No, thank you. We're not interested in what you're selling. We don't need to do no trade with you. We are isolationist. We're good. We know what happens when we get involved in this type of thing. Here's some food, well, because we know you came a long way out here. Here's some food." The General Sherman kept going towards Pyongyang, and for this, everyone on the boat was murdered. The boat was sunk. This was looked at as aggression.
Right.
There's a picture, the only known existing photo of the General Sherman.
And
this isn't the only time something like this happened. This happened with France.
Right.
It happened with the Americans a second time, but I didn't include every single thing because I felt like this was a little bit of a footnote as we're kind of building up to the more recent times.
And this is only a year after the Civil War, too.
Right. Here's a postage stamp that was issued in the DPRK.
That's fucking awesome.
This is still revered as like a monumental like feat of resistance to imperialism in the northern in the DPRK.
That's amazing.
Yes. So here, and I've been stressing this already, this is about opening up trade. So let's see how really deranged this whole situation gets. So less than a year after these imperialist advances by the US and France, a more bizarre attempt to open Korea to international trade would occur when a German businessman named Ernst Oppert would attempt to steal the remains of the current regent's father. If you don't know what a regent is, if you have a king or an emperor, someone that has a divine birthright to become king or emperor.
Right.
So say I have a son, right? And my son's only 12 years old and I die. Now he is through the bloodline, he is to be the emperor, but he's too young.
Right.
So his uncle stands in his place. That's what a regent is.
Okay.
So just in case anybody doesn't know.
He's
so
like a
it's kinda
placeholder.
Exactly. So the regent's father was in a tomb, and this guy, Albert's intention was to hold the royal remains hostage and use them to leverage the Chosun Empire into breaking their isolationist status and open trade with the West. This deranged blackmail endeavor was financed and armed by American businessmen. This unsuccessful scheme would further sour the Korean perspective on foreigners and drive them further into their isolationist position. The sheer insanity of Obert's plan is a salient example of just how desperate Western business interests were to pry open the small nation of Korea to international trade. We have this tiny country, and it's so interesting in like the development of capitalism, how predatory trade is, and how it's like, we have these products, we have to sell them, we have to break into certain markets so that we can start exerting influence. And it's like, obviously there's the gunboat diplomacy, which we're going to talk about. There's the General Sherman. There's other ways that this happens. But like, this guy's over in Germany. Like, how?
This guy went full Nicolas Cage, National Treasure, fucking, we're going to steal the buried remains.
Yeah, we're going to steal the corpse of royalty. And we're going to be like, and not even be like, we want money. It's like, trade with us.
Yeah.
Trade with me.
Well, I mean, like, I guess it would it's like a long-term robbery in that he probably
would
want, he would want them to sign a treaty to be like, you need to, and he probably wouldn't give the remains back, to be honest.
Yeah, no, exactly. You could take that and be like, we want $1 million. It would be more beneficial for you if you were like a real German businessman like this guy was, to have a favorable treaty of trade with a nation than to have whatever. You're already rich.
Right.
So yeah. But it's just, when you're reading about this and you read about these repeated attempts of like these Westerners are coming in, they're stealing bodies, they're killing people, like, but it's just like, trade with me.
Well, I mean, this guy was apparently successful, right? Or did it not? He didn't pull it off. He didn't even pull it off.
No.
Sucks to suck.
He was prevented. All right. You want to read this one?
Sure. After two successful defenses against foreign interference in the late 19th century, Korea would once again be under attack, this time by its eastern neighbor and historical nemesis, Japan. In 1876, that is, 10 years after the Civil War, Japanese forces would descend upon the island of Gangwon, but where the U.S. fell short, Japan would successfully advance onto the Korean mainland. By the way, I'm going to mispronounce everything, and if you want to correct me, chat, by all means. Faced by repeated aggression and forceful trade proposals, if you could call it that, Korea finally compromised its isolationist position and, under the duress of gunboat diplomacy, signed an unequal treaty favorable to Japan. Stipulations of this treaty include the opening of Korean ports to Japanese trade and granting extraterritoriality for Japanese citizens in Korea, aka being exempt from local law. Oh, that's always a good sign. The Treaty of 1876 would have disastrous implications for the future of Korea and would mark the end of centuries of sovereignty and stability for the Chosun Kingdom.
So this is where it finally happens, you know what I mean? And they fought valiantly. They fought against the French. People are trying to rob their families' corpses. They fought against the Americans twice, and they held out. But then Japan, who at this point had already signed the same thing that Japan is doing to Korea right now, the United States did to Japan in the 1850s. So it's kind of like this like big brother, little brother thing where like, Japan is always going to be cucked to the United States. And then they're like, so now we need to go like bully Korea to kind of like, still exert our prominence in this area, in this sphere of the world. Right. So Japan finally made it in 1876. Korea was very exhausted from all the fighting that it had to do to keep the Western powers out, that by the time Korea kind of capitalized at the end, they were exhausted, economically exhausted, politically exhausted. And at this point, they really had no choice but to capitulate to the Japanese treaty. So this here is, and you can see here, I put the Imperial Japanese Navy coming from Ganghwa and with the warships, and then also Gatling guns set up in Ganghwa. So you can see how this treaty this wasn't just like coming in with a proposal on a piece of paper. This was, here's our fucking Navy, here are our Gatling guns. Are you going to sign the paper or not?
Right.
You know, and Korea, the Chosun could not fight Japan at this point. But they had already done it with the United States twice. They had already done it with France once. They just couldn't afford to do it again. So this is where we see things go really, really downhill for the once prosperous Chosun. So you can go forward now. Is this my turn? My turn to read this, yeah. Mm-hmm. So Japan's ascent to imperial prominence would have deleterious effects for Korea, and Western powers would be complicit in the violent colonization and exploitation of the peninsula. Korea was essentially offered up as pittance to Japan for not interfering with the colonial endeavors of the West, i.e. France in Indochina, Britain in India, and the United States in the Philippines. This agreement would be formalized in the Taft-Katsura Agreement of 1905, where the United States would recognize Japan's right to established suzerainty. I'm sorry, it's like seizing, you know what I mean? Like established suzerainty of Korea, as long as it did not interfere with U.S. affairs in the Philippines. So Taft was the vice president of Roosevelt, not FDR, but the original Roosevelt from the Rough Riders and the Spanish Civil War, etc. Hey, what's up, Hashkush? They signed a treaty with Japan, and in that treaty, it formally stated that Japan can seize Korea, and also there was an implicit agreement that, hey man, you want Korea? All good. We're down here in the Philippines. You don't give us any problems. We won't give you any problems. Bing bong. And here's a little political cartoon from the time period. The Tokyo Puck illustration, the drawing of Japan's enigmatic passage into the European class. Uncle Sam and John Bull look on approvingly as Western powers scrutinize the vial. Printed after the Japanese had all but won the Russo-Japanese War, this drawing symbolized the Western acceptance of Japan as a fellow colonial power. So this is Japan's ascent to like kind of sitting at like a little bit more of the big dog table of the world in terms of the imperialist powers. And they co-signed what Japan would do to Korea.
Right. Oh, this asshole. Yeah, this guy, he's actually a like a city boy, but tried to advertise himself as like a rough and tumble country guy. President Theodore Roosevelt applied
Theodore Roosevelt
Theodore Roosevelt applied an Asian version of the white man's burden and viewed Japan as the superior civilization in the region, thus granting them the duty of bringing civility to the lesser peoples of Korea. In his words, Japan was a wonderful and civilized people and was entitled to stand on the absolute equality with all the other peoples of the civilized world. Japan is the only nation in Asia that understands the principles and methods of Western civilization. Roosevelt had explicitly stated his support for Korea's colonization multiple times, I should like to see Japan have Korea.
So all this stuff that we're talking about now, the reason why I want to establish this so concretely is because as this story progresses, we're going to get to a point, foreshadowing, spoiler, where Korea is divided against supposedly competing powers, right? And I think it's important to really establish how irreconcilable it was that the United States acted like they had some type of a position to tell Korea of how they should be operating. Because what we're establishing here is that for decades at this point, not only is the United States attempting to corrupt Korea into unequal treaties for trade, but also they're pretty much co-signing Japan doing this. So when it does come down to the point that there's kind of like a competing interest in Korea after World War II, I want this all to be known, because this is part of the reason why people in Korea were like, no, we don't want a United States military government here.
Right. Well, I mean, like, this kind of goes back to, like, if you read something like Orientalism, where, like, especially at this time, right, this dickhead is going to look at, like, any of these countries as, like, same thing, right? And just kind of be like, just mash them together.
Correct. Yeah. They're, like, Japan, Korea, same thing. Yeah, whatever,
we're the ones with the big dick and the big stick. We could just swing anybody into any direction we feel like.
Yes, that is a good impression of Theodore Roosevelt. All right, so let's go to the next slide. All right, so Japan's occupation of Korea would entail some of the most horrific war crimes carried out in the 20th century. In a matter of 30 years, the once proud and independent people of the Chosun would be transformed into a virtual slave colony. Japan would conscript millions of Koreans into forced labor. A full 16% of Korea's population would be mandated to some form of forced labor, with estimates ranging from 4 to 7 million Koreans laboring in Japan/Japanese colonies. According to historian Bruce Cumings, Koreans made up 1/3 of the industrial workforce in Japan and more than 60% of the most difficult work in the mines. Many would perish due to being overworked and underfed. If you look over there, there's photo documentary evidence of Korean forced laborers in Hokkaido. And I'm sorry, I don't know Japanese cities very well.
Hokkaido.
But yeah, so there's ample evidence of this slavery that was existing through the 20th century, which was effectively granted by the United States to Japan, or at least co-signed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In addition to the millions laboring in the Japanese factories and mines, tens of thousands of Korean girls would be made into sex slaves for Japanese soldiers, known as comfort women. So this is something that still goes on today. There is still Korean grievances going towards Japan, being like, "Hey, you pretty much sex trafficked a major, a significant amount of our population during World War II." There's still activism going on around this specific issue, but you can see here. I know it's a little small, and I'm sorry, I just didn't want to take up too many slides here. You can see down here at the bottom, that's 4 Korean comfort women after they were liberated in China. In the top right, those are Japanese soldiers waiting in line at a comfort station, which, not the,
Jesus Christ.
A pretty unfortunate circumstance there. And at the bottom, there's rescued Korean comfort women under Allied protection in Burma. So you can see here is that Korean women were being, essentially kidnapped, forced in sex slavery, and shipped all over Asia, into China, into Burma. Wherever there was Japanese soldiers, they would essentially ship these women out there so that they could essentially service the Japanese soldiers. It was sex slavery. There's no other way to really describe it. There's no ambiguity to that whatsoever. If you're interested in reading more about that situation, this is called The Haunting of the Korean Diaspora. It is a very, very hard to stomach book, but the information in it is excellent if you're interested in reading more on the subject. All right, so we can move forward now.
By 1932, Japan would control 52.7% of all arable land in Korea and would export rice to the Japanese mainland, to the point of causing widespread starvation. By 1935, half of all the rice grown in Korea was being imported to Japan, inversely resulting in a 50% decline in Korean rice consumption, while rice export to Japan increased 400% from 1912. From 1911 to 1916, Korea's prison population doubled from 16,000 to 32,000 in just 5 years. Prisoners would be subjected to inhumane tortures by the Japanese. These heinous acts are detailed by Frederick Mackenzie in his book Korea's Fight for Freedom, including the stripping and beating of school children, burning children with cigarettes, stringing men up by their thumbs, and beating them with iron rods.
And the picture you can see here, those are actual crucifixions that are happening in Korea by the Japanese Imperial Army, where Korean citizens are executed by crucifixion. The book I referenced there is Korea's Fight for Freedom here by F.A. Mackenzie. It says right here on the front that F.A. Mackenzie was one of the few people besides missionaries to travel into the interior of Korea and report on what he saw. This is during colonization that he spent time in Korea and was a firsthand witness of these things.
So it's because of shit like this that, if you know, you know. And if you know anything about Unit 732, like we covered in the first chapter of, Killing Hope, right? Or stuff like 731, sorry. Or you're covering material like this and you know about the atrocities that Japan committed, right? And how literally just entirely unrepentant, not even just unpunished by the U.S., but practically unrepentant, right, for a lot of these things.
We're going to get into excruciating detail about that. So there's a situation where I think I have it in here. Wait, can you go back for one second?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, you can move forward. I'm tripping. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
So,
I was just going to say that, when, Shinzo Abe, who, like, on numerous occasions made, gestures or, has done photo ops, like, in celebration of Unit 731, right? I feel no amount of empathy for that man getting clapped up with the fucking, Borderlands gun.
Here's a quick little just document that I pulled out of one of the books. This is the drop of rice consumption in Korea over those years of colonization. You can look at all these numbers, but if you really just look all the way to the right with the index, essentially when they started in 1912, that being like the 100% starting point, you see that just drop precipitously down into the 1932 to 1936 period from 100% to 55.8%, which is generally what is said in the books, that it was about a 50% decline in rice consumption in Korea, and this was not because of insufficient harvests. This was specifically because the Japanese were exporting all the rice back to Japan.
So sort of like the potato famine in Ireland, where a lot of times it's, thought of like, oh, there was like a potato blight and they just like weren't able to eat half of like what they were making. No, it's just that most of the food that they were producing was being exported to the mainland of their colonizer.
Yeah, precisely. Is this you?
I have no idea. I can't remember.
No, I think this is me. Okay.
Okay.
So as a result of the barbaric repression within their country, many Korean emigres formed resistance groups in the neighboring areas of Russia and Manchuria and developed alliances with Russian and Chinese revolutionaries. Seemingly abandoned, but in actuality outright conspired against by Western powers, many displaced Koreans sought assistance from the newly formed Soviet movement, as Vladimir Lenin had promised support to all colonized peoples' fight for independence. Lenin personally met with Koreans, and several Korean communist parties were founded in Russia, and thousands of Korean members fought alongside the Red Army during the Russian Civil War. After the Russian Revolution, thousands of Korean communists fled from the Japanese repression and settled in Siberia, the majority becoming Soviet citizens. In Yan'an, China, with the Chinese communists, others organized a Korean independence group. That is quoted out of Korea's Place in the Sun. Following World War I, the population of Koreans in USSR grew to 170,000, and according to historian Alexander Diner, Japanese oppression in Korea and occupied Siberia made most Koreans, if not Bolsheviks, the enemies of the Bolsheviks' enemies. So if, the enemy of the enemy is my friend type of situation. And the reason that I really put this in there is not only one, because it's interesting, but two, because obviously when we get to the end of World War II, there's obviously two competing world powers that have a sphere of influence in Korea. And I do think it is important to point out which one might have a little bit more validity to kind of be granted like this sphere of influence thing, because we can see here that just because of proximity and because of social, or like the way that they were socially constructed, many Koreans during Japanese colonization were running to the Soviet Union as well as China and organizing with the Soviets there, starting communist parties, becoming Soviet citizens, and even fighting in the Russian Civil War alongside the Red Army. So obviously, there is a little bit more of like a cultural overlap between the Soviet Union and Korea, which has existed for decades prior to the end of World War II.
Right.
The beginning of World War II.
After decades of forced labor, starvation, massacres, sexual exploitation, political repression, and even biological experimentation, the victimized people of Korea would be deluded into a false hope of emancipation when the Japanese would surrender to the Allied forces in 1945. With the fall of their colonial overlords, this would certainly be the prime opportunity for the people of Korea to achieve the independence they fought tirelessly to obtain for decades. Tragically, this optimistic outlook would be extinguished, as the end of Japanese colonization would mark the beginning of a new chapter of immiseration and subjugation for Korea, one that would rival the nightmare of Japanese occupation in terms of unconscionable brutality.
So, Okay, just to kind of take this section by section, we can see in the 1800s, United States tried to bully Korea, and then they essentially allied with Japan, who, as we can see, would effectively, enslave, sexually abuse, starve, repress, pretty much any of the, most dastardly things that you could think of a colonial power doing to, a smaller nation. Japan carried out as a friend, essentially, of the United States with the explicit approval of the United States. So now, World War II has obviously been going on this whole time. In World War II, Japan loses, they surrender, and you would think that this would, the United States was never at war with Korea.
Right.
There was never, well, there was a Korean War between, but at this point, Korea was not a belligerent in World War II.
Right.
This is a liberated nation that should be able to take their own self-determination after their occupation, but that's unfortunately not how it played out. Korea was essentially treated like a conquered belligerent of war. And we're going to get into the specifics of that, but what we're going to talk about now is kind of like what led up to the partition of Korea. How did that happen? Why was it the division at the 38th parallel, and why were the United States in the south, and why were the Soviets in the north? So we're going to talk about how that actually transpired, and why what the United States did was so detestable.
I think this
is this my read?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The primary impediment to Korean independence and self-determination would be U.S. geopolitical interest combined with communist paranoia. Years before the surrender of the Japanese, the United States had already made it clear its policy toward Korea. During the Tehran Conference and again at Yalta, Stalin would pledge his commitment to enter the Pacific War in August following the defeat of Hitler. The Soviets would be tasked with the mainland invasion of Japanese-occupied Manchuria and Korea, while the U.S. headed the Pacific Islands. Roosevelt, who employed an amicable approach to Soviet relations, would pass away in April of 1945, and his successor, Harry S. Truman, would assume a more hostile relation with the USSR. Truman's cavalier attitude toward the Soviets would be bolstered by the successful testing of the atomic bomb, which afforded the United States the opportunity to bring about Japanese surrender before Stalin could fulfill his agreement to invade Manchuria and Korea, thus granting the United States unrivaled precedence in the post-war organization of Asia. So this is important to point out because, a lot of times the post-war Korean situation is looked at like some kind of an even keel between the United States and the Soviet Union. Like they both were just kind of rushing to just like take over the peninsula. It is important to note that Stalin made an agreement with FDR to be involved in this side of the war. They didn't just rush into it with like, their own endeavors in mind. They were like, okay, once Hitler surrenders, do you agree to assist us in the Pacific against Japan? And Stalin says, sure. While you go up into Okinawa and all the islands in the south, I believe that's how it's structured. We're going to come into Manchuria and Korea, which are like the essential colonies of Japan. The Japanese Empire survives and thrives off of its colonization of Manchuria and Korea. So this is something that is just above board. It's discussed at Tehran, and it's also discussed at Yalta, that this is how the Allied intervention will continue.
Right.
So let's go forward here.
And this is also why a lot of times, like, when the decisions, right, of post-war Stalin are oftentimes like, kind of could have been better. I think that like he was really counting on this guy remaining in charge of that post-war period.
This is the Tehran Conference in Iran with Stalin, FDR, and Churchill. Click one more.
Yeah, these two were like besties.
Yeah. Click one more. And this is Yalta.
Right.
So shortly after FDR died, now we have Truman. Now FDR actually was reasonably respectable with the Soviet Union. He recognized them as an ally in the war. There was even some this is when the Uncle Joe stuff was going on.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, in
if
the United States, there was actually some publicized support for Stalin and things like that.
Dude, apparently you could go into like a bank or like a post office and they had giant life-size cardboard cutouts of Joseph Stalin and nicknamed Uncle Joe telling you to buy war bonds to support, our troops abroad or whatever.
Right. Truman comes in, and this is Truman is not the OG, but the proto, the real Cold Warrior. This is the architect of the Cold War.
He's like the progenitor of the Cold Warrior.
So if the Monroe Doctrine walked so the Truman Doctrine could run, the Truman Doctrine ran so that the Cold War could sprint effectively. Yeah. These are all just kind of like successive evolutions of United States foreign policy and United States global hegemony. He's pretty much fuck Stalin, fuck the communists. Matter of fact, I thought we should have been at war with them the whole motherfucking time. I wish the Germans would have killed more of them because I'm not playing around with this Soviet bullshit. I say we start dropping some fucking nukes.
Right.
So at this point, it's well known by the American government that Stalin is about to descend upon the Japanese colonies with 2.5 million troops, and by this time, Japan is falling apart at this point. A lot of people might not know this, but Japan had been being bombed prior to any type of nuclear detonations. The firebombing of Tokyo killed more people than Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Right.
Being bombed in Japan, this was nothing new. But there was embargoes. They didn't have oil. They couldn't produce armaments. Many industries were just screeching to a halt. People were dying. And now you have 2.5 million Soviet Red Army soldiers descending on you from the north. Japan was fucked. There was no conceivable way. General Eisenhower is on record saying we didn't have to drop the nuke. There's so many there's a whole nother video that you could do on just why those abominable bombs weren't necessary to drop on civilian areas. But Truman elected to do it anyway. And obviously there's only so much evidence, direct evidence of this, but it is a very likely hypothesis that he knew that. So whoever Japan surrenders to gets the greatest amount of say over who gets to about how the treaty is going to be structured. So if Stalin comes in with his 2.5 million troops and Japan surrendered to the Soviets, now this gives the Soviets a massive upper hand in the geopolitical development of that area. So the United States is saying, drop the bomb, because if they surrender to the Soviets, that's going to fuck us in our strategy. So they start dropping nukes. Now, go forward. Okay. So this kind of is going to explain the whole thing that I'm saying, but do you want to read this, Johnny?
Yeah, I'll read it. Truman, eager to beat the Soviets to the punch while simultaneously flexing American military might, dropped the nuclear bomb on Hiroshima on August 6th, just days before the Soviets had made agreements to launch their invasion. As promised, Stalin would mobilize 2.5 million troops, 30,000 of which were Korean refugees eager to liberate their homeland, to descend upon the Japanese colonies. The weakened Japanese empire stood little chance against the Soviets and quickly capitulated. Despite Japan being in a drastically weakened state and facing millions of Soviet troops, a second bomb would be dropped on Nagasaki on August 9th, prompting a Japanese surrender on August 15th. By this time, the Soviet troops have already liberated Manchuria and much of Korea. The United States scrambled to arrange an agreement that would allow the greatest geopolitical presence in Korea.
Right, so that pretty much just says everything that I was trying to express there. Also, I think it is really important to note that the Red Army that was descending into the colonies had tens of thousands of Koreans in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, like I said, there is a cultural overlap with Korea and Russia that it existed for decades at this point. There was many refugees from Japanese colonization existing in the Soviet Union, granted Soviet citizenship, allowed to form their own communist parties, and then were even incorporated into the Red Army as it descended in there. So there's thousands of Koreans even in that invasion that are eager to liberate their homeland along with the Red Army. In addition to that, it is important to note, I don't know if you saw this note at the bottom, 1/7 of the victims of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were Korean slave laborers.
I did not know that.
Out of every 7 people that died there, 1 of them was Korean.
I have never even heard that brought up. I've never heard that at any point that, like, you know, the nuclear bombs have ever come up on any History Channel episode, in any classroom I've ever been in anything. I have never heard that 1/7, right, of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki victims were Korean.
Yes. So now we can kind of see this. Let's look a little bit more about this geopolitical strategy of the United States here. All right. So this is a quote out of the book. On August 10th, Soviet troops began large-scale amphibious operations along the northern coast of Korea and reached as far south as Wonsan by August 16th. At this juncture, Truman cabled the Soviets requesting for the first time a division of Korea at the 38th parallel. Truman and Dean Rusk later revealed that, contrary to wide belief, the division of Korea at the 38th parallel was never discussed at any of the wartime conferences, but came from a suggestion of the U.S. War Department when Secretary of State Burns suggested that American forces be sent into Korea as far north as practicable. Stalin agreed to the U.S. proposal, and Korea was partitioned at the 38th parallel and divided into 2 separate spheres of influence, with the USSR in the north and USA to the south. This decision was made irrespective to the wishes of the Korean population. It was meant to be a temporary situation with the expressed objective of unifying the peninsula within 5 years, a goal which is still to this day has not been rectified. So the United States forces are not even on the peninsula at this point. When the Soviet troops get as far south as Wonsan, I'm sorry I don't have that on the map, maybe I should have, but this is southern into Korea. This is below the 38th parallel. And the United States is not even on the Korean peninsula at this point, but they just kind of appeal to the good faith of their allies, the Soviets, and are like, hey, Stalin, okay, yeah, cool, Korea thing's done. How about 38th parallel? Stalin actually agrees and retreats his people because, you know, say what you want about Stalin, I do believe that there was a fair amount of like trying to play ball with the United States in many, many circumstances. I think the record reflects that pretty soundly. So like when Truman said, hey, 38th parallel, Stalin actually respected that and was like, all right, 38th parallel, pack the things, boys, we're heading north. And then this is how Korea was essentially, bisected. So when this happens, no one in Korea voted on this. The line gave no respect whatsoever to like towns, cultures, families, anything like that. Like it was the flick of a pen. I don't have a pen on my desk, but it was pretty much like the Americans being like, here, all right, and that's about how much consideration went into the 38th parallel.
It's a classic, what do you call it? Classic colonialism, TM. Where it's just a bunch of white guys just, in a room just being like,
it's like the Sykes-Picot agreement.
Right there. That's good enough.
Okay, France, that one's for you.
I really like this shape. All right. It's just, it's speaking to me.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So let's go forward here. What do we got next?
Is this mine?
Yeah, just read it real quick. I gotta pee really bad.
Go for it. U.S. carving out borders on another country? No way. Yeah, way. While the United States maintained a facade of working towards Korean independence, confidential memorandums would reveal caveats to this aim. Quote, the United States should realize its interest in the maintenance of the British, French, and Dutch colonial empires. We should encourage liberalization of the colonial regimes in order to better maintain them and to check Soviet influence in the stimulation of colonial revolt. U.S. Office of Strategic Services, April 2nd, 1945. In the American view, freedom from Russian domination is more important than complete independence. It is not believed to be the U.S. interest to form a Korean government which could be granted complete independence in the next few years. Member of the Joint Soviet-U.S. Commission. Of course, the real explanation of the American stand lay in the fact that the primary mission of the occupation of South Korea was not so much to establish a Korean democracy as to establish a bulwark against the expanding influence of Soviet ideology. General Hodge privately admitted as much on several occasions. American appointed Chief Justice of the Korean Supreme Court.
So these 3 quotes, and I have like 10 of these actually in my main script, but I just picked the 3 like just for brevity's sake.
Yeah.
State Department memos are replete with there never being some kind of like idea like, Korean independence is our priority, and that, Korean self-determination and reunification and all these things are what we're striving for here. That was never the objective of the United States occupation. The only thing that they were trying to do was to set up a puppet government. And the only reason that South Korea even exists is because, in the same way, I believe this is a very similar situation to Vietnam, the overwhelming majority of Koreans would not have voted for the type of government that the United States wanted. So that means that they had to be like, all right, well, now this is a new country at the bottom here because we control this one.
So imagine if instead of like a parallel, what's the opposite of like a parallel?
I don't know, a longitude?
Yeah, like imagine they divided Korea just down the middle, like longitudinally. That's my
the real ticket. That's what I would have said if I was with Dean Rusk that day.
Yeah, it'd be like, no, you're doing it all wrong. You're giving one half, closer tie to China. You got to divide it right down the middle.
Yeah. Ruben's like, you're a genius.
Genius. And that honestly, if they did it like that, that's a whole different history right there, because as I understand it, a lot of the arable land that is in Korea is in the south, which is another fucked up thing that they didn't really.
So when they split Korea, there was 2 things. There's 2. The industrial base was in the north. The agricultural base was in the south.
Right.
This is part of the reason why North Korea did so much better than South Korea for decades after.
Literally almost into the 90s.
Exactly. Yeah. Because North Korea was like, I don't know, we're set. We got all this industry up there.
We got all these factories. So.
Meanwhile, the South Korea was mired in dictatorships and political repression and street protests and subsequent murders. Maybe we'll get into that later, but we're not going to get into any of that post-war history just yet.
Okay. So I believe this is you, bud.
Yep. The United States feigned altruism in its occupation of Korea and made vapid gestures supporting Korean independence, but in reality, it had an objective of establishing greater geopolitical prominence in Asia. This end would be achieved irrespective of the wishes of the Korean people. Immediately following the end of World War II, the U.S. State Department conducted a nationwide survey to determine the political organization most preferable to the Korean people. The results of the survey were resounding, as 70% of Koreans polled responded in favor of socialism, compared to 14% for capitalism. In addition, 71% of those polled were in favor of unification being a prerequisite to forming a government. The resulting poll data is illustrated by Undersecretary of State Joseph Grew, who said the economic and political situation in Korea would be conducive to the adoption of communist ideology, and the policy and activities of a Russian-sponsored socialist regime in Korea might easily receive popular support. So, okay. So this is a really interesting point here. So the United States, I guess, passed out some survey once they were there. They're like, what do you guys really want?
So I just wanted to interrupt you real quick, Pat. Kate, how do you say is interested in, is this a book? What is the title?
Well,
this is the culmination of many books that Patrick has read.
You can find these facts within this. Within here somewhere, you can find each of these facts.
So that's like a dozen or so books that...
But I will tell you that these 2 books are probably the 2 most influential of the stack. Korea's Place in the Sun by Bruce Cumings, and Asia's Unknown Uprisings, South Korean Social Movements in the 20th Century by George Katsiaficas.
So, these aren't technically books today. We're letting Pat use basically like what was the at the center, at the heart of what is subversive history. This is what it really was, planned to be in the beginning was, Pat doing this project on Korea. If at any point you're like, hey, can you send me that list of books? I'll make sure to remind Pat to list all of the books that, he just held up on the screen in the Discord. Because that's like a dozen books, and we'll definitely use the titles in the Discord.
I was asking about the titles: Asia's Unknown Uprisings, South Korean Social Movements in the 20th Century. That's the other one by George Katsiaficas.
Yeah, so maybe we can work on getting all of these books into like a Google document, and we can, have this for everybody to read at a future date. But yeah, we're going a little afield of Killing Hope because the Korea chapter just kind of, awakened something inside of Pat. And, I think that considering the amount of work that he has put into reading all of these titles, right, and like the inspiration behind this project originally, I wanted to give him, the ability to get this out there finally, and maybe at some point Pat will make an even longer version of this with, that'll be more of like an essay format, and we'll be able to upload that up onto like the Patreon and the YouTube and stuff like that.
That's always been my intention. So what we see here is that the United States military government, the State Department, did come in and polled the population. I think they polled like 8,000 people. And 70% of those polled favored socialism, compared to 14% for capitalism. And there was actually there was like an additional like 7% or so that said communism. So it was like 70% of all those polled were some form of socialism or communism. And then also 71% of the people, like a huge majority, was like, we need to reunify before we need, this whole 38th parallel thing needs to stop, and we need to be one nation before we have elections. So let's go forward, because this is something that I brought this up to somebody sometime, and they actually like clapped back at me on it. And we're like, oh, what is this survey, this and that. So not only did that one State Department employee say that, at least in the United States perspective, this is a very communist influenced peninsula. Like a communist regime would receive wide support here. So that was the view of the United States. Also, even here on Wikipedia, it's stated, according to a survey of 8,000 participants conducted by the military government in August 1946, responses indicated preferred the forms of government were as follows: popular politics, 80, I don't even know what that means, but so socialism in relation to the system, 70%, capitalism, 14%. So this is the same data that I believe that I'm drawing from. Can you move forward?
Yeah.
And this one is a little bit more tenuous because I actually found this on Reddit, but not only is it, I found what is allegedly, and I'm sorry, I don't read Korean, the original document here, and there's also attached to it this pie chart breakdown that says a 1946 survey in Korea after the end of the Japanese occupation of preferred political systems, 77% said socialism, communism. So the reason why I feel comfortable putting this is because it is cited directly in this book, which is a history book. I found it even cited on a Wikipedia page, and I found this, which is allegedly a primary document, and also this and also it echoes the sentiment of the U.S. advisors that are overseeing Korea, being like, yeah, these people, if they are very likely to just adopt socialism.
Right. Well, because of another project that I remember listening to, even said that, like, culturally speaking, right, they, like, when the Soviets and the U.S., finally made it to the Korean Peninsula, they had already set up like these like sort of workers' councils that are just culturally traditionally how they organize these small townships and villages. But we'll keep going on this work that you've written. Immediately following the end of World War II, the Korean people expediently developed a provisional government known as the People's Republic of Korea, the KPR, based on a network of people's committees throughout the peninsula, Like, it's like, speak of the fucking devil. The PRK proposed an ambitious agenda to achieve Korean independence, which included the confiscation without compensation of lands held by the Japanese and collaborators, free distribution of that land to the peasants, rent limits on the non-distributed land, nationalization of such major industries as mining, transportation, banking, and communication, state supervision of small and mid-sized companies, guaranteed basic human rights and freedoms, including those of speech, press, assembly, and faith, universal suffrage to adults over the age of 18, equality for women, labor law reforms, including an 8-hour day, a minimum wage, and prohibition of child labor, and establishment of close relations with the United States, USSR, United Kingdom, and China, and positive opposition to any foreign influences interfering with the domestic affairs of the state.
Sounds oppressive.
America isn't going to like that shit at all.
So this is the PRK, the People's Republic of Korea, not the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which comes later. This was the self-organized governmental structure for the provisional government of Korea prior to the U.S. military government, prior to the DPRK, prior to the ROK.
Right.
This was a nation. This wasn't just in the north or just in the south. This was a nationwide Korean provisional government who snapped into direction like immediately after Japan left. They're like, we got this.
Yeah.
We know how we're going to structure this. Go forward. Actually, I don't want to talk out of turn because I have more to say about this. So within days of Japan's surrender, the Korean people sprang into action and politically organized themselves. According to Merrill Benninghoff, who is a U.S. occupation authority, the members of the PRK considered themselves the new government. They released political prisoners and assumed responsibility for public safety, food distribution, and other government functions. Organized all over the country under the PRK, People's Committees operated as de facto government in all but 7 of Korea's 123 counties. So there's 123. Let me just finish reading. By December 1945, 2,546 People's Committees formed at all levels of society, forming a new grassroots government. In addition to PCs, more than 1,000 labor unions were created, giving rise to the National Council of Korean Labor Unions, which I believe is Chompyong.
Chompyong?
Yeah, with over 500,000 members. So, there's 123 counties in Korea. People's Committees, organized by the PRK, existed in 116 of them. 116 out of 123 counties. So there is like massive organization throughout the entire peninsula of Korea.
That's not just South Korea. That's not just North Korea. That's the entire peninsula.
Correct.
That's incredible.
Already organizing successfully. Even look, you can see by Merrill Benninghoff of the U.S. Occupation Authority, they're releasing political prisoners, or they're doing public safety, food distribution, other government functions. Things were running relatively smoothly. Let's go forward because there's more evidence of the efficacy of this type of organization. Go ahead.
According to American government officials, the PCs preserved peace and collected necessary taxes, took a census, assembled other vital statistics, and prevented looting, bloodshed, and rioting, as well as mobilizing armed defense units. Upon arrival to Korea, U.S. officials would discover an abundance of factories being run autonomously by Korean citizens. For example, 42 of 50 factories in the South Jeolla province were being operated successfully by workers' councils. A Christian Science Monitor dispatch indicated that the so-called People's Republic, composed of socialist and communist elements, enjoys far more popular support than any other single political grouping.
So, not only are they organizing, not only is it widespread, not only is their fucking mission statement based as fuck, they are going right to work with government functions, making sure people are getting food, preventing looting, doing census, compiling census data, which is probably super important right after you're colonized, like to kind of get a tab of what's going on here.
Right.
There's factories, which are obviously essential to the economy running. All right, those are going to start getting autonomously run. Russia did not have to come in. The United States did not have to come in. Nobody had to come in and tell the people of Korea to do this.
the biggest thing here that I think should be mentioned, right, and should not be forgotten is that these are people fresh out of having their language banned, having their their very names banned because they were Korean.
Hairstyles. I don't know if you know about the top knot of Korea, but it was banned by the Japanese. Like, their absolute culture was trying to be eradicated.
Fucking hairstyles banned. Yeah. Probably like entire culture
they had
repressed.
Raped and murdered. Like, I didn't go into all. I have in my actual script. I have far more detail about the Japanese occupation, but you know,
right? Like, and we're talking like before World War II. I think even before World War I, they were being colonized by the Japanese, right?
It was in the late 1800s that it first started.
So, like, you know, this is people that have been like oppressed for close to a century at this point.
No, like 50. Okay, close to a century, like maybe 60, 70 years at that point.
Close to a century. I mean, like, you know, and just immediately snapping into, like, you know, all right, we gotta get the factory up and running. You know, we need.
You gotta understand. Prior to the Japanese, these people were an autonomous sovereign nation for 500 years in the turmoil of everything going around them. These people knew how to operate in a society. They didn't need a grand power to tell them. They did some work with China. They needed, you know, you have to do trading and stuff like that. So China was like, you know, they're the only people that they decided to do business with. But officially since 1910. Okay, officially, I just look at the treaty that they did in like 1875 as like the beginning of colonization. But yeah, I think that it was a formal colony since 1910. Thank you for adding that detail that I overlooked.
Right. I think that had the U.S. left them alone, we probably wouldn't even be talking about fucking like the Nordic model or something. We would be talking about the
Chosun model.
Yeah, we'd be talking about the Chosun model. Like, you know, these people that, like, you know, they don't have a communist party. They don't have, like, you know, any of this other shit, right? They just kind of like, they just do it.
They probably would have gone, or they probably would have been a progenitor of the non-aligned movement.
Oh,
you know
110 fucking percent.
Even stated in their charter, hey, we want close relations with the United States, Soviets, China. You know what I mean? Like, we're down to work with everybody, but we won't work with anyone that tries to interfere with what we got going on internally. So United States, whatever you want to do, China, like, they weren't like taking sides at this point whatsoever.
No United Socialist States of Turtle Island. I don't know. The socialist states thing kind of bothers me, right? Because it's just like, I don't want there to be like, you want to talk about like a confederacy of, like, you know, united, you know, tribes of Turtle Island or whatever the hell else you want to fucking name it. I don't know, but like the socialist states part, United States, anywhere in there needs to be fucking cut. Get rid of that. That's just my thing. It gives me the heebie-jeebies. I'm not trying to, you know, come at it from like any other angle, you know. Yeah, whatever they want to call it, of course, and like, you know, which is why, like, you know, they didn't need to, you know, include a bunch of hammers and sickles and shit. Like, look at their fucking flag. Look at this. You know, it doesn't need to have any of that.
Even the DPRK doesn't.
Exactly.
All right. So this is me, right?
Yeah.
So as Korea was arbitrarily divided along the 38th parallel, the existing and functional PRK would be contrastingly received by the newly appointed overseers. To the south, the United States would immediately outlaw the existence of the PSK. I don't know why it says PSK there. That actually might be the PSK. The PSK was the Union. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. There's the PRK, and the PSK is actually a union system that they have. In favor of an American military government, which is the AMG, American Military Government, or the USAMGIK, which is United States American Military Government in Korea. That's what that stands for. The People's Committees would be forcibly disbanded and its leaders arrested. Alternatively, to the north, the PRK was recognized by the Soviets and would be incorporated into the political structure. The People's Committees would be upheld, and the policies of land redistribution, industry nationalization, and labor law reform and equality for women would proceed. So, you know, I don't want to make it like I'm standing for the Soviets too hard here, but when it really comes down to it, it's why would the Soviets stop any of that happening? That's essentially, like, you know what I mean? Like, they essentially come in there and like, yeah, things seem to be going business as usual here, like, carry on. Like, you know, it's just, it's congruent with what the Soviets kind of were having their society as, for what reason would they start browbeating the Koreans to stop doing the same things that they do in the Soviet
I'm
Union?
sure they showed up probably completely prepared to be like, all right, this is how, you run a factory. This is how, that you need, literacy programs. We don't have that many people that know how to read and write fluently in Korean and, Russian, but we'll figure it out. And, they show up and it's just like, oh, all right.
You're like, well, okay. So let's go forward. There's actually more information for this specific type of, the situation with the Soviets that I want to go over.
The northern provinces had the most significant PCs. So that's a sign of things to come. Since the USSR did not interfere with their affairs, unlike the USA, who outlawed them in the South. I think immediately too, right?
Yeah.
In the words of the historian George Katsiaficas, for decades, anti-communist ideologues portrayed the northern zone as under the Russian boot, despite robust empirical data documenting the PC's democratic, self-governing reality. According to the testimony given to the U.S. intelligence officials, Koreans from the north reported, the Russians themselves do not mix in local administration. American intelligence sources also described the Soviet presence as a limited occupation and reported the lack of any move to establish a central government.
So, we have here many type of quotes. We have a direct quote from this historian, which has done extensive work on Korea, stating that there was autonomy within the northern people's committees. We have the Koreans who were polled by the intelligence officials from the United States saying that Russians are not mixing in the local administration.
Right.
And we have American intelligence sources being like, it's a limited occupation and there's no move to establish a central government. And when they say a central government, they mean a Russian central government, a central government of the Soviet Union, not of, the Korean people.
Do any of those many books that you read? Oh, thank you so much, Famous Horse, for the subscription at Tier 1 for another 3 months. Out of those many books that you read, what the fuck is it? Do any of them talk about Korea's royal family? I'm surprised that the U.S. doesn't try to use that angle like they do everywhere else.
Well, yeah, the royal family was murked by the Japanese. They were just
okay. So they're like
so the thing is that so there was Queen Min, I believe she was called. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'll send it to you if you want to bring it up. There was a Korean queen who was not sexually abused and murdered by the Japanese.
Christ.
And this was as a result of sorry, I'm looking. It's a lot to go into right now. I'm trying to see if they just have a thing on her death real quick, so I can
Yeah, because I assume that the royal family's dead, and that's why they're not trying to rehabilitate. Any sort of
If you want to bring this up real quick, we can talk about it. This is something that I'm not an expert on. I can't give you a real deep.
No, I know. I figured that your information would be a little limited. I was just wondering if there was anything too important to stand out.
Empress Unsung, I believe they call her Min. Empress Min. Yeah, see that? And formerly known as Empress Min, the wife. She was the wife of the 26th king of Chosun and the first emperor of the Korean Empire. So if you go down.
How far down am I going?
You just Control F assassination.
Oh.
Okay. Here, look, right here. In the early morning of 1895, loyal to the attacked, empowering the royal guards, especially groups to infiltrate and assassinate the empress in the palace under orders from the empress's assassination sparked international outrage. Domestically, the assassination prompted anti-Japanese sentiment. So these were Japanese agents who went and murdered this queen to further solidify Japanese colonization. If you look, it prompted anti-Japanese sentiment because of the Short Hair Act order. That's what I was talking about, where they wouldn't let Koreans rock the top knot anymore to try to eradicate their culture. So this is the only thing that I can really say that I know of offhand in terms of the royal family of the Chosun that existed prior to the colonization, and and Japanese agents murdered them.
So he fled to the Russian legation.
Yeah, that's in 1896 though. So
in 1890, this led to the general repeal of the Gabo reform. Serious sweeping reforms suggested the government of Korea being in response to dying peasant historians disagree. All right, whatever. Which was under Japanese influence. King Gojong returned to modern day Daegu. There he proclaimed the founding of the Korean Empire. The Korean Empire stood until Japan's annexation of Korea. Oh, okay. So I
That was, like,
guess
the short-lived period. I think that's what I'm sorry for their name. What is it? K say who said that? Yeah, K. How do you say? There was that period between Chosun and the straight up Japanese colonization in 1910. I think that's what existed. Maybe that empire.
I was trying to see, like, because normally, right, under any other circumstance, you would think the U.S. would try to rehabilitate, like, some kind of royal family or
I think
something.
the U.S. was down with Japan. You know what I mean? For the
guess
most part,
so.
and it was complicit in Japan's eradication of Korean culture and assassinations of the royal family. So, they kind of had a direct influence on a lot of that happening.
That's wild. Yeah, I think there's a lot about Korean history that a lot of people don't know, but that's why we're doing this.
Absolutely.
All right.
Okay.
Also, it's funny how the USSR is more like, yeah, we're just visiting. We're not really. There's nothing
so
for
much
us to
stuff
do.
here. There's so much stuff here that I couldn't include. So, like, at the Tehran conference when FDR was still alive,
Right.
he was like, we should do what we have with the Philippines. He suggested a 40-year trusteeship over Korea, and the Soviet Union was like, no. The agreement of the trusteeship was for 5 years with the explicit aim of unification.
Right.
FDR wanted a 40-year trusteeship. He was like, this will be just like the Philippines.
Oh, if I'm not mistaken, they said the same thing about Germany too. Is that, like, the USSR was like, we need to, like, very quickly, like, establish, like, a government, right? And demilitarization, and then immediately leave. Like, we need to be out of here as fast as possible. We need to, like, too much involvement is gonna fuck this up. And
Yes, exactly.
lo and behold, it did.
So, so this is where things. So, I'm trying to lay out kind of like a long form thesis here, right? Where we have this Chosun Empire that existed for 500 years, and then it was essentially bastardized by the West in a way where it was destabilized by repeated attacks from the West, and then the West pretty much just gave Japan the go ahead to do all this colonization. So you might think, like, well, if this is about the United States and Korea, then why talk about the Japanese so much? It is essential to establish the context of why Japan was so horrible to Korea because of what the United States does once it arrives. It is important that all those things, the Unit 731, the sex slavery, the forced labor, the repression, the murders, the genocide, you could say it from cultural genocide.
No, that's absolutely genocide. That's under the definition of genocide.
But I was saying that, I was thinking of the cultural genocide, like can speak the language, things like that. So it's important as to why that's not an isolated Japanese incident. It began with the United States allowing that to happen, and it's going to end with the United States just spitting in the face of every Korean citizen by allowing the Japanese to remain in places of government. So that's what we're going to go into now. Not only, in addition to smothering the fledgling PRK, which we just talked, based as shit, it's an absolute blasphemy that the United States smothered such a promising governmental structure in Korea. But in addition to that, the United States would collude with the Japanese occupational forces prior to the U.S. troops arriving in Korea. During the Potsdam Conference, the U.S. declared, mindful of the enslavement of the people of Korea, are determined that in due course Korea shall become free and independent. This claim would turn out to be nothing more than superficial lip service, as every effort made by Korean citizens to organize and become autonomous was prevented by the United States, and on September 9th, to the horror of Korean citizens, U.S. General John Hodge announced that all members of the colonial government would remain in power, including the Japanese Governor General. Within weeks of American troops landing on Korean soil, they were arm in arm with their recent Japanese enemies for the purpose of suppressing the Korean citizens protesting the occupation. So you have this PRK movement, grassroots movement, labor union, all the things that we went over. I don't have to keep restating them. So the United States get here and they go, ban it. Japanese brutal occupiers, you're with us. Keep this shit under wraps.
Wow.
So imagine if you were like a Korean citizen who's like, oh my God, the occupation is finally over. Let's get to the factory. Let's get the food going. Let's make sure people are eating. Let's start organizing. I'll come to the PRK. I want to be part of the People's Committee. I want to vote. Let's abolish the collaborators. Let's get the land redistributed so we can get this functioning again. Then some fucking American GIs come in and they're like, that is illegal. Also, the Japanese police, they're staying police for right now. Can you imagine like what you would feel if that happened?
Rage. Blind, like blood-soaked rage is all I would be able to feel. Like,
and we've gone over this several times. This happened in China. Remember, we talked about Japanese troops being utilized by the United States there.
Right.
We talked about this in Greece, where essential Nazi collaborators are just like, whoa, these communists are getting a little out of hand. Let's just use the Nazis.
Right.
This is happening again in Korea.
I feel like people a lot of times when like they kind of dismiss or laugh at or like try and mock like a lot of the DPRK, they do so without any context for like why they are the way that they are. You know what I mean? Like why they are so like adamant about preserving Korean culture, and why they are so adamant about like preventing any kind of outside involvement, and it's like when you look at like South Korea, it's like you got like people getting plastic surgery to like look more white or like look like a fucking anime character or some shit, and like everything like fashion wise, art wise, and all this other shit is just like so influenced by like the West.
Yeah. So here we have a photo. Dude, and let me tell you guys, I had to work so hard. It's so hard to find like photo or video documentary evidence of this time in Korea. Like so much starts with the Korean War, and a lot of these things, like this little situation in China just 2 years after World War II, or Greece, like the Greece Civil War, like from Western sources, it's so hard to sometimes find like anything more than text evidence. So I was able to find some stuff. There's this really great Twitter account. And I'll get to it in a second. It's cropped in one of these photos. You should definitely check out this Twitter account. Just give me a couple more slides here and I'll tell you the name of it.
Okay.
It's a Korean anti-imperialist page that I got all these from. So the Autumn Uprising began just 1 year into the U.S. military occupation of Southern Korea. The U.S. used the Japanese colonial police to violently disband the self-governing people's committees. Promised decolonization, Koreans instead faced continued exploitation under the United States. So here's like a picture of it. You got a tank. Here's even more proof of it as well. U.S. used Japanese colonial police to violently disband the self-governing people's committees. These are the people's committees that we just talked about that are doing all this insanely beneficial stuff, but just because they can be branded as communist, the United States is like, all right, where's the fascist, germ experimenting rapists? We need them because we need them to stop this grassroots organization and socialistic inspired community organization.
Also, I reading it, I don't think they misspelled colonial. I think that L was intentionally left out, but I don't know. I'm not going to make that kind of determination.
Why would the L be? I just don't understand why it would be intentionally left out.
Well, because it's a word that like I'm not that familiar with, because I'm not supposed to be saying that word, but I don't know. Well, let's move on.
Okay.
Unless Wilco would like to weigh in. I don't know. So, Koreans who had directly collaborated with Japanese occupiers would be quickly integrated into American units. So much so that 80% of policemen and government workers simply went from Japanese to American payroll. Jesus fucking Christ. Both police and constabulary were under the high-level command of American officers in Korea. Some 85% of the police were well known as sadistic torturers and brutal enforcers of Japanese rule. According to William Maglin, the American chief of the occupation's police department, quote, "Many people question the wisdom of keeping men trained by the Japanese, but many men are born policemen. We felt that they did a good job for the Japanese, and they would do a good job for the U.S.
Yeah, so that's the U.S. Inspiration there, like some kind of like, they They were good police. Some people are just born police. We got to use them. What are they going to do? What am I supposed to find? Different police? You know what I mean?
Hey, where are we supposed to find these police that, like, you know, we know we can depend on? You know, those people that we were just brutally fighting against and you know, hit with 2 nuclear bombs like a month ago. Well, where are we going to find people like that?
Yeah. So then you see here, this is actually out of one of Bruce Cumings' books. This chart. This goes into like percentages of certain police positions and how little they changed. So if you look all the way to the right, that's the percentage that retained colonial police. So the superintendent was retained. 5 out of 8 division chiefs were retained. That's 63%. The provincial chiefs, 8 out of 10 were maintained. That's 80%. Out of inspectors, 25 out of 30. Captains, 104 out of 139. Out of lieutenants, 800 out of 969. So you can see varying degrees here, but you still see in every single case a majority of the colonizers, the imperialist Japanese colonizers who were guilty of all of those things that we talked about earlier in the occupation period. If you know anything about what they did in China, if you know about Unit 731, things that I can't even really discuss on this Twitch stream because they are so vile and disgusting acts of inhumanity that come out of some kind of like deranged book somewhere, but they were actually like the real things that were inflicted upon the people of Korea.
I would just like to welcome to, you know, thank you for gracing our chat, Rob Rousseau, you know, welcome to our independent Korea episode that, you know, Pat read 12 books on Korea in preparation for.
Yeah.
Is this me?
Yes, please. I'm trying to order food without causing too much.
No, you're good. I'm gonna go check out the
Sigmund Rhee making out with General Douglas MacArthur.
Sigmund Rhee, top bootlicking Gusano piece of shit.
We will get into that. If you thought we wouldn't get into that.
Oh, well, I mean, we didn't see an alert on our end either, Rob, but thank you so much for subscribing.
Wow, yeah, thank you, man. That's awesome.
Fucking, all right. As opposed to working with the indigenous grassroots organized governments, the United States chose to import Sigmund Rhee to Korea on Douglas MacArthur's private plane. Rhee had not stepped foot in Korea for 3 decades. 30 fucking years. And spent a majority of this time in the United States fostering relations with the prominent state officials. Rhee would be formally introduced to the Korean political scene during a press conference with U.S. General John Hodge. Rhee would be the curated candidate selected by the U.S. to secure Western interests in Korea. Rhee would align himself with a group commonly known to represent Japanese collaborators avoiding punishment, and according to U.S. intelligence sources, was composed of large landowners and wealthy businessmen. Known as the Korean Democratic Party, it would be anything but, this group would be adopted by the U.S. as its main liaison, while simultaneously sending troops to repress the People's Organized PRK.
Okay, so sorry, I'm ordering.
No, you're fine.
I don't want to blow past that because there's
Sigmund Rhee is the one with the wife from Austria too, right?
I believe so.
Right, it's either him or I'm thinking of Chiang Kai-shek, whose like wife, like, you know, wasn't of the land at all. So like the first lady of like Korea or whatever is actually can't even speak fucking Korean. She's Austrian.
And Matt, it is exactly like that. Matt's saying it's like running for city council in the Philadelphia district. 1992. So this guy has really escaped everything that all of these people in Korea have been fighting against. You know, the organized resistance groups that were fighting in Manchuria, who Kim Il-sung was a part of. You know, and this is the comparison a lot. There's Kim Il-sung and there's Sigmund Rhee. One of these guys was living in the lap of luxury throughout the entirety of Japanese occupation, just, you know, making out with Douglas MacArthur or whatever he was doing. Meanwhile, there is, you know, this guy that's in the mud in the trenches in Manchuria fighting Japanese colonization, which is the reason why one was so popular and the other one was very much not popular.
This guy right here, this guy, the guy that the Japanese tried to allege, you know, stole the identity of like a folk hero or something, like some fucking John Wick bullshit. I'm sorry, but like that just makes him even more fucking cool to me, whether he did or he didn't.
That actually didn't happen though.
It didn't?
that he assumed like some other revolutionaries.
Oh no, I thought that like the accusation that he stole some revolution. Right. The accusation didn't happen.
No, the accusation did happen.
Okay.
Western sources have been like the guy who runs the DPRK or was DPRK wasn't actually the hero of Japanese.
Okay.
And he claims he like assumed the name, but it was actually someone else.
Who's on first?
Discounted that Kim Il-sung was actually in the trenches fighting the Japanese.
No, I know. I wholeheartedly fucking believe that. Like, you know, I just think that like, you know what?
These documents even say like Kim Il-sung is a problem.
Yeah.
Like this guy's a problem.
Yes. He is even better than George Washington, and I always think that it is something of like, you know, how is it that hard to believe that like these people that like lose 30% of their population for nearly a century, I'm not saying a century, I'm saying nearly a century of colonization, occupation, near genocide, right? Cultural genocide for the libs, right? At the very least, right? And you're going to tell me that the guy that is able to organize militarily, right? You know, fighting a guerrilla war against guerrilla war against their colonizers, right? And these people that are brutally repressing them. You're going to tell me that after the war, right? You're not going to like praise this man and his descendants?
There's a reason why that kind of happens, but oh wait, go back real quick. I just wanted to reiterate.
You got it.
All right, so now even U.S. intelligence sources that the ROK, or what would become the Sigmund Rhee's, not the ROK, but what would the Sigmund Rhee political party by the U.S. intelligence sources were composed of large landowners and wealthy businessmen. Now, can you see why these type of individuals would be so opposed to people's committees and the PRK?
No. Why would these people, wouldn't they want to get going and get to, you know, job creating and like, you know, doing all that important work that large landowning fucking assholes are always doing?
Sigmund Rhee, who didn't spend a day in Korea in 30 years during the most brutal parts of colonization,
right,
flown in directly on Douglas MacArthur's private jet.
Another fancy boy.
Douglas MacArthur, Douglas MacArthur brings him up at a press conference and is like, guess what, Korea? Here's your guy. Thank you. Here's your guy. This is a guy who's going to run stuff over here. And he is immediately cozies up with a political party that's all landlords and wealthy businessmen.
Yeah, I don't see where's the conflict here. Wouldn't the poor impoverished fucking people of Korea be happy that they have such a well-connected job creator in their midst?
All right, so now we're going to go into a little bit more about old Sigmund. Also, we're barely even going to scratch the surface because he absolutely like goes full. Well, he's a dictator the whole time.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know.
So when General Hodge, that's General Hodge there, posing with the two very young Korean girls, ordered the arrest of 5 People's Committee leaders. Hundreds protested. The protests would be quelled and 2 protesters would die and many more injured by American bayonets. Just 5 days after the protest, which is November 20th, 1945, 650 delegates representing 25 cities and 175 regions of Southern Korea. Southern Korea. Now, again, I want this to be known that this is in the southern portion of Korea. This is not in the north. You know, you could say that, oh, those are all Soviet agents and they've been oppressed by the Soviet Union. Soviet Union isn't even down here. This is the southern portion of Korea where 175 regions representing 25 cities called for the immediate and full transfer of administrative power from the United States military government to the People's Republic of Korea. The U.S. would respond in December, so a month later, by outlawing the PRK outright and the People's Committees, deeming them public enemies and banning strikes altogether.
Hang on one
Sounds
second.
pretty draconian. Despite this decisive action, the people of Southern Korea would continue to resist U.S. subjugation. And on March 1st of 1946, 500,000 protesters would march in Seoul against the U.S. military government. In response, the U.S. would close the border crossings and step up their campaign of repression, targeting South Korean leftists. Just 2 years following occupation, the United States had actually increased the prison population from the time of Japanese control. Many organizers fled north to escape persecution. So, this is just full-on political repression. You can't have your labor unions. You can't have your political committees. Your entire political apparatus is now illegal. You can't even have it. And we will violently quell your protests of our military occupation of your country that we've never been at war with. You were a victim of one of our enemies, and now we are occupying you as if you're a conquered belligerent of war. This is the issue. And then also, you think Japanese repression was disgusting and overbearing and excessive. The prison population increases under the United States. In 1945, there were 17,000 Koreans in prison. In just 2 years, it goes up by 4.5 thousand. So, one thing the Americans know how to do, it's put people in prison. So I'm waiting on Johnny to come back here because there's, the amount of issues that come from the United States occupying Southern Korea. It's not just prison. It's not just, violently repressing strikes and political movements. It's not just those metrics, but also there's things like the food and things like that. So we'll be getting into that. The Quaker Oats guy. Liberals crying because leftist revolutions suspend rights for fascists while cheering for fascists taking rights away from the rights of leftists. Exactly. This is the same thing happened in Greece. For anybody that was here when we were talking about Greece the other day, this is the same exact thing that Britain did with Elas. They got there and it's like, hey, you guys been fighting Nazis for the past few years? Oh, you were occupied and nobody was here to help you other than your own organized communist or resistance groups? Yeah, illegal. That's all illegal now. You need a monarchy. We're going to reestablish a monarchy. This is all illegal. Reminds me of Peretti. Yeah, very nice. All right. So actually also this last portion I want to talk about too. Many organizers fled north to escape persecution. You're going to see this come up in multiple different ways. So you have Korea, right? You have North Korea and you have South Korea. In the north, you have the People's Republic of Korea and the People's Committees that are enacting land redistribution and nationalization, all these things. So consequently, Japanese collaborators and wealthy landlords who had abused the population run south because they know that the American government is lenient and accepting to Japanese collaborators and landlords. Conversely, you have the people in the South that are like leftists and things like that are getting violently repressed and imprisoned by the United States. They're running north. So there's like this cultural exchange going on between North and South Korea and the North and the South of Korea, because North and South Korea don't really exist at this time. But like, you have collaborators and landlords running south to the Americans, and you have leftists and communists running north to the PRK. So it really kind of like consolidates those two bases as well. So keep that in mind because that's going to get brought up again. We could move forward one here, and I'll read it so you can eat. So, as hellish as Japanese occupation was, living conditions managed to deteriorate while under U.S. occupation, as the U.S. forced workers' councils out of factories and seized redistributed Japanese land. Over 1 million would become unemployed. Prices of rice would skyrocket during American occupation. In Seoul, rice prices rose over 3,000 times as compared with 1936. The scarcity was not caused by insufficient harvest, but due to specific licenses the U.S. gave to police officers to collect rice. According to peasant testimony, rice was exacted in much the same way as under the Japanese, but the treatment received was much worse. And then over here, this is the Twitter account that I was talking about. No Dut Toll.
Yeah, they're like Chow Collective.
Okay, yeah. So that's where I found a lot of these awesome pictures. And in that picture, it says a major cause of the uprising was a U.S. manufactured food crisis. U.S. free trade policies caused the price of rice to quadruple in just 1 year. Although peasant rents were officially capped at 1/3 of the harvest, landlords sometimes collected as much as 80% of the harvests. So the United States gets to South Korea. There is an autonomous grassroots, benevolent in many respects, progressive in many respects, PRK, People's Committee system. They get there, they had redistributed Japanese land. So Japanese land is land that was stolen by colonizers. So once they're out, they're like, all right, we got to redistribute this land. The United States comes in and goes, no. We're taking all this back. What are you doing in that factory? Get out of there. So then as a result of this, like, private or capitalist idea of like how land and factories need to be obtained, now there is like skyrocketing rice prices, like 300,000. Like, hey, what's up? We're in your country. No, you don't know how to run that factory. No, you don't know what to do. You don't know how to.
We have rice all the time in the U.S. You're not doing it right.
Yeah, you don't know how to fucking make rice over here and things like that. So, so kulaks. Yeah. So now not only is the prison population skyrocketing, but the rice prices are soaring because of how the U.S. is setting up the system here for all this. And so they gave it to the police. The police are the ones that requisition it. Who are the police? Johnny, do you remember who the police are in this fucking situation?
The fucking Japanese.
The Japanese and the Japanese collaborators.
Jesus Christ.
So, and they're saying, according to testimony, much in the same way as under the Japanese, but treatment received was much worse. So let's go forward a slide here.
Was it much worse because, like, what, for like a month after, like, the colonization was over, they were all like, fuck you, eat shit, die.
Yeah,
and now
maybe.
suddenly, like, they're back in power, and it's like...
It's going to talk about it right here. So, as we know, police officers were mainly comprised of Japanese collaborators, and many times large portions of rice would be discovered in officers' homes or disproportionately provided to right-wing youth groups. I didn't include it all in here, but these right-wing youth groups are literally Hitler Youth-inspired organizations. It is explicit in their charters that they are like, Hitler knew how to get youth together. Like, this is the Sigmund Rhee rightist youth groups that we're going to be talking about here. In the homes of the policemen killed in the Taegu Rebellion, there was found, on the average, 142 gallons of rice, an amount impossible to have acquired legally. Huge amounts of rice were also being smuggled to Japan by agents who sought to enrich themselves. It is estimated that nearly 1/4 of the 1945 rice harvest was smuggled out of Korea. The residents of southern Korea responded with force, as by fall of 1946, 81 police stations and 23 government offices were attacked by local residents. August 15th, 1946, 7 protesting miners killed by U.S. troops, tanks, and bayonets were used to repress starving strikers. By the spring of 1946, an American military government opinion poll in Seoul revealed that 49% of the citizens preferred the Japanese occupation to the compounded miseries of their liberation by the United States.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You even have like what would probably be a plurality of individuals being like, we prefer the Japanese over this. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, Matt makes an excellent point. Just ridiculously evil and inept for the U.S. to show up and find the Vichy motherfuckers who should have been hanged and offer them positions of prestige. I don't even think
what happened in West Germany. This is what happened in Greece.
I don't even think it's inept. I think it's literally like it's part of the plan. Like, oh, we find the motherfuckers that like conspired, against
whoever's the anti-communist. Whoever are the anti-communists is the people who we'll do business with. I don't care their human rights abuses. I don't care how corrupt they are. I don't care about anything that will happen on this godforsaken island of savages that I don't give a shit about. As long as communism is repressed, you have a friend in the United States. So that's American foreign policy in the Cold War.
I think it was like Radio Warner the first time I heard this, but I've never heard anything that's just so on the nose and so accurate. Is that who else are you gonna find that is more willing to not only kill others and strangers, but their own fellow countrymen more than anti-communists, more than fascists?
Right. All right, so let's go here. So here's another picture, just kind of what we were saying about the people stealing rice. Not the people, but the police. The U.S. also reinstated the hated Japanese rice collection system, allegedly for the purpose of fighting hunger. The U.S. military government ordered rice seized from peasants to go to the corporate rice collection agencies. Police used the system to hoard rice for themselves, pictured below. So you see here, there's, the collaborationist police forces sitting here with bags and bags of rice. And that's allegedly what this picture is showing.
It's kind of funny that, like, the people that literally, without any prompting, just kind of set up their own factories and their own workplaces and all these councils and stuff.
Rice and shit like that.
Oh yeah, no, like, but we can't trust them not to hoard the rice. Like, so we have to go back to the old way.
Yeah.
Return to tradition. So, do you want me?
Protests?
Oh.
You got it? Or you want me
Yeah,
to?
I'll read it.
Okay, go ahead.
The protests and strikes against the U.S. military government would culminate in the 1946 October Uprising, aka the Autumn Harvest Uprising. Official U.S. Army history referred to the uprising as an out-and-out revolt in South Korea. Journalist Mark Gain called the uprising a full-scale revolution, which must have involved hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people. A coalition of farmers, workers, students, and peasants joined together in virtually every city in southern Korea to fight for higher wages, larger rice rations, dismissal of all Japanese collaborators, land reform, nationalization of industry, and the transfer of power for the U.S. military to the People's Committees. Protests were counted at 2.3 million strong.
So this is going on in South Korea. You know what I mean? Like, there's this very, very, very simplistic reductionist view of what South and North Korea were like after the war. And it's like, North Korea, that is totalitarian, nightmare, commie repression, no freedom. South Korea, free market paradise where freedom flourished and everyone was happy and everyone ate. And it's like, South Korea has literally been mired in protests and repression up until like I don't think you could even consider South Korea a not dictatorship until like the 90s. And we might go into more of that right now, but especially in this period prior to the Korean War.
Did you watch Squid Games?
No.
I think you should. Simply because there is this one scene, right, where he's trying to create like this barricade, right?
Yeah.
And he has a flashback. And they don't ever really go into it, but he has this flashback of being a union organizer, right? Because he even says early on that like he used to work in like the auto industry and stuff. And the thing is that I feel like a lot of Americans aren't aware of these like events, like the large like auto strikes and auto worker union strikes and stuff that happen in Korea, right? When he's setting up this barricade. And that like, people for whatever reason think that like it's supposed to be like some kind of allegory about the DPRK or something, but they have no knowledge.
This picture is from 1991.
Yeah.
This is in South Korea.
Yeah. But they have no knowledge of like, the workers going on strike or the harsh conditions or anything else about it.
It says union workers on strike in 1990.
Yeah, so like, the character that we follow in the Squid Games is likely somebody that experienced that, exactly what you're looking at.
This is in 1987. Another strike going on that's being quelled by the police. This isn't even the big ones like in Gwangju and things like that, where there was like massive, repression. But yeah. So the U.S. manufactured food crisis provided intense worker and peasant resistance. In September, the U.S. military shut down 3 newspapers and arrested Union and Communist Party leaders. The Communist Party responded with even greater militancy. Just weeks later, the general strike began. So you read the numbers. This is like hundreds of thousands to millions of people throughout South Korea. You can look here. It's evident by these people. You even see a little red star back there as well. You see that?
Yeah.
So yeah. So we can go forward. This is just like some photo evidence of like the massive strikes that were going on.
On October 1st, 300 rail workers at Daegu joined the strike to demand increased rice rations. Police killed a striker. The next day, mourners carried the martyr's body through Daegu. They attacked the central police station, then took control of the city. The uprising had begun.
Mm-hmm. So this is the October Uprising. It's called the Autumn Harvest Uprising, or the October Uprising. This was in South Korea only. There was nothing to this magnitude in North Korea. Nothing that I saw. I could be wrong. I'm not an expert because I've read more definitely about South Korean social movements, but I don't know anything to this degree that was going on in North Korea. I mean, this is like an unprecedented level of like rejection of the U.S. military government. As local police stood little chance against the tenacity of the scorned populace, the U.S. military would enforce a martial law and bring tanks into the cities to violently suppress the protests. U.S. soldiers opened fire on hungry crowds attempting to gain access to the rice stores. One sergeant wrote to President Truman, "Our entire battalion patrolled the town all day, Masan, with dead bodies lying all over the streets, and we kept our machine guns blasted." By summer 1947, 7,000 were killed and 22,000 were imprisoned. The American director of the Department of Transportation said this regarding the October uprising: "We went into that situation just like we would go into battle. We were out there, we were out to break that thing up, and we didn't have time to worry if a few innocent people got hurt. We set up concentration camps outside town and held strikers there when the jails got too full. It was war. We recognized it as war, and that is the way that we fought it." So, massive strikes, protests, uprising, police stations are being attacked, reprisals are being held against corrupt police. And the United States comes in there, has to set up concentration camps because the jails couldn't hold the amount of people that were striking.
Right.
Martial law was declared.
Pat, do you want to answer Kay, how do you say's question?
Oh no, this was just something that I wanted to do like a video essay. This was really what I wanted to do a video essay on, but it was just a lot. I think my eyes were too big for my stomach or whatever, and I really, really dug into reading and writing for it. But I think the video production part of it was where I just didn't really have a lot of experience, so it's just kind of sat on the shelf. This very long script and exhaustively researched script that I put together. So I hopefully will still use it for something one day, but I'm just kind of sharing portions of it with you to kind of show like the theme of it. Like this isn't even all of it. This is like more, a bit off more than I could chew. That's a good way of saying it. This might be like half of it that I'm showing you. But all the main topics are still the same, but like half of it in terms of like the detail that I actually was including what I wanted to include. So yeah. United States setting up concentration camps.
Didn't we already have this one?
Yes. Go forward. Sorry, I might have messed that up.
No, you're good.
Do you want me to read this?
I got it. The right-wing political movement led by son of a bitch, my chopstick. The right-wing political movement led by Syngman Rhee would have quickly capitulated to the leftist PRK within months, if it not were the U.S. military intervention.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're good. I'm sorry. Is it me?
No, I fucked that up. I think it's supposed to say the leftist PRK within months if it were not for the military
All right.
intervention.
Witnessing American troops opening fire on hungry peasants prompted leftist groups to become more popular and more radical. In 1946, the South Korean Labor Party, SKLP, would swell to 360,000 members. The SKLP was emboldened by the recent October uprising, feeling as though revolutionary fervor was ripe and the people were mobilized. Thousands of railroad and industrial workers would continue to strike during 1947 and would be met with violent responses from the U.S. and U.S.-backed forces. Hundreds of union leaders would be murdered and thousands would be imprisoned in the same dungeons built by Japanese colonists, though this time more efficiently managed by U.S. forces. Following massive strikes in 15 cities, the Chonpyong All Korea Labor Council was outlawed and over 1,000 of its supporters were arrested.
Kay, how'd you say? That means a lot. I really appreciate that. Hopefully maybe this summer when I'm out of school, maybe I can actually kind of pull some resources together and make something happen with this. If I haven't been foiled by Blowback. I've never listened to Blowback. I don't know how much of this was covered by Blowback. I might just be repeating everything that Blowback already talked about, but I guess there's still some value in a video essay that covers this information and not like the many episodes of a podcast.
All right, chat, help me out here. All right, because I've been trying to tell Pat that, look, nobody's going to, stare at a wall and listen to a podcast, all right? And that, something like this, I think, is less of oh, you're just treading over the same water that Blowback has done, rather than, we are opening up, a lot more details, and I think we're giving it a lot more, intimacy than Blowback is capable of doing, just format-wise.
Oh, thank you all, Miss Frizzle. Okay, you guys are inspiring me now. The fire has been lit again.
Yes, way wider audience, and it's more engaging to more people in a video.
Awesome.
And we're here to interact with right here with you. You know, I think that's another thing. You're never going to have a personal conversation with Noah Colwyn or the other guy.
Yeah, well, I'm here to talk with y'all.
Yeah.
I relish in it.
I can tell you to go fuck yourself. Noah can't do that, can he?
I guess he could.
Let me just mute the music real quick. Weld, at your elbow.
A dispatch from our Far East reporter.
Which is like,
These pictures come from Seoul, capital of
I
Korea,
can't. Oh,
on the
it's
first
driving
anniversary
me.
of the country's declaration
Do you want me to pause it?
No, I can't hear it. Oh, do I? Oh.
What's
Duh.
up?
Okay, you're good.
You good?
Good.
All right.
Yep.
of independence. Nationalist forces, regarded with favor by China's Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek and the American State Department, clash with Korean communist elements who look to Soviet Russia for approval.
It isn't even true. Like, we're dealing with, like, the Western media idea of this.
Liberated
Yeah.
from the Japanese by United States and Soviet troops in 1945. Before withdrawing to a line of demarcation agreed between the two countries, the Russians took away most of Korea's industrial plant as war reparations.
He pauses.
General MacArthur, Japan's one-man government,
I don't think that's even true.
What?
I don't know if I've ever even heard of that. I heard about that specifically happening in East Germany. East Germany suffered a lot of industrial export, like factories were broken down and taken as reparations to the Soviet Union.
Right.
I've never heard of that happening in North Korea. I don't know if they're just making that up. It could be in one of these books that in any of these books I read. I haven't heard that part. It could have happened. I don't know, but just play it. There's this one guy at the end of this. He's great. Watch this.
Not to mention, like, most of the books that you've read, they're not, like, pro-communist or anything.
Well, even Bruce Cumings is, I would say that a lot of these, like, yeah, they're probably, like, on the left, I would say. Some of them more so than others. But I would say that Bruce Cumings is a pretty middle-of-the-road kind of guy. He's just, I think he's kind of telling it like it is.
But would he overlook an opportunity or a fact like, oh, the Soviet Union took the North Korean factories? Exactly.
I don't believe
declared that the setting up of an independent Korea was out of the question. Today, on
Look at
Korea's
this guy.
first Independence Day, foreign troops still occupy the country.
You go back and pause on him
Americans
holding
in the
the flag.
agricultural South and the Russian
I love this
agricultural
guy.
South.
I wish there was a way to get rid of the fucking
American in
ads for the other
agricultural
videos.
South and the Russian. America Day, the foreign troops still occupy the country.
Damn it.
On Korea's first Independence Day.
This guy's my hero.
Today on
Pause.
Hell yeah.
Korea's
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
This
This
guy's
is,
my hero. Just being like, fuck you guys.
bro, he's got the fucking aviators and shit. It's like 1947. Do you have any idea how incredibly rare sunglasses were for that fucking time
in Korea,
in Korea?
like occupied Korea.
Do you have any idea, chat? Sunglasses weren't like a fucking thing till like nearly the goddamn 60s. This man's living in the fucking future of drip. All right.
Yeah.
Korea's first Independence.
Also, just like look at that fucking that attitude, that bravado. Look, he's smiling. He's just like, yo, you, fuck yourself. Fuck you.
Unfortunately, he was probably executed, but
Oh, definitely. That man did not live a long, happy life. He probably died very early.
yes. All right. So, very rare to find video footage of these like little protests that happened before the Korean War, but I was happy I got my hands on a couple of them.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the slides.
You got it.
He had sensitive eyes,
Where's glaucoma?
On September 23rd, 8,000 rail workers in Busan went on strike for rice rations, monthly salaries, and to restore lost jobs. In just a week, this transformed into a general strike of 300,000 rail and industrial workers. U.S. military declared the strike illegal.
Of course it did.
Yeah.
What strike is legal in the U.S.?
All right.
So, am I or you?
I don't know. What do you think?
Whatever,
Should I
I'll
go?
read it. No, I'll go. You've been reading a lot because I've been eating. Syngman Rhee promised war to the North from the day he arrived in the South. Due to his unpopularity with the majority of Koreans, Rhee advocated for a separate government to the South and disregarded the will of the Korean people to establish separate elections for Southern Korea. The United States would gladly oblige Rhee's proposal, and despite an 8-country UN commission reporting a majority opinion against the formation of a separate republic in South Korea, the U.S. was undeterred and proceeded with the elections. Because that's what the U.S. do. According to AMG officer George Meade, the American provincial information officers were instructed in Seoul by the High Command that while the State Department expected military government to continue operating behind a facade of neutrality, the Americans were expected to make every effort to secure a rightist victory. The dynamics of the sham election are perfectly articulated by one cynical AMG official who commented, "This is quite an election. First, they let Sigmund Rhee boys decide the procedure. Second, to make sure nothing slips up, they hold the election in a series of 4 levels so that the undesirables might be eliminated. Third, they let only family heads or the heads of 10 families vote. They put all the possible opposition in jail or drive it into the hills. Then they leave us 9 days to announce and explain the election to the illiterate farmers. In most areas, there was literally no election at all."
So this is, I love the news. So this is important here is because now we need to look at Korea as a whole right now. Korea is like a powder, well, especially South Korea is like a powder keg. There's hundreds of thousands of people, industrialists, railroads, farmers, students are just like protesting and like burning down police stations and shit like that because they don't have enough food. So at this point, Sigmund Rhee is like, hey guys, I got a new idea. This is a whole new country down here because we're never going to win an election.
No.
We're never gonna win like the Korea-wide election. So how about instead of trying to like do this impossible task of electing me winning a Korean election, let's just keep it cut in half. This will be a new country. That can be a country. And there was a bunch of UN commission observers that were there from all over the world. They were from like Spain. I think one was from Syria. Like, just how these UN commissions are. And all of them are like, don't do that.
That's an awful idea.
Like all of them involved, there was a majority decision of like, no, what are you talking about? And then also some of them were like, hey, they're mutilating leftists at the polls. There's some UN observers. I didn't think I was able to include it all in here, but these Hitler youth groups that Sigmund Rhee was funding and the United States was funding would like be outside polls and they would like fucking kill people.
They're chanting blood and soil.
I don't think shit's not chill over here, guys.
I would love to see what kind of questions were fielded at Sigmund Rhee, and like I'm sure at least one of them had to have tripped him up hard enough to the point where they're just like, "Are you even Korean?"
Yeah, exactly.
Like, do you know anything about this place?
I've only been alive for 32 years. I don't even know what it's like to not be in a place for 30 years.
Right, exactly.
I can't even conceptualize that long of time to not be somewhere. Like, I'm trying to imagine if I left Philadelphia for my entire lifetime. Like, if you took the amount of time I've been alive right now, and I left Philadelphia for that amount of time, and then somebody was like, "Oh, you hear what's happening on Broad Street?" It's like, no.
Not at all.
What's going on?
It's like, I can remember, vaguely living at my grandma's house when I was really, really little, and I can remember that like the back of my hand. That house is no longer, it doesn't exist anymore.
Why are these people rioting? Freedom.
Freedom. And blood and soil.
This is my turn, right?
Yeah.
In 1947, Sigmund Rhee would promise the U.S. the right to build an enormous U.S. base on Jeju, which is an island to the south of Korea. And in 1949, the U.S. Embassy specifically mentioned Jeju's extraordinary strategic value.
To get real sad in here.
When they say that, they mean to China. On March 1st, 1947, 50,000 islanders gathered to commemorate Korean Independence Day. American troops ordered police to fire into the crowd, killing several, arresting dozens. This would lead to further unrest as 160 public agencies would go on strike. The strike demanded punishment of the murderous police and firing of Japanese collaborators. By the end of 1947, 2,500 people had been arrested, many of whom would be tortured to death. By 1948, the communist SKLP had an estimated 60,000 members on Jeju, and 80,000 islanders were considered sympathizers or active supporters. This large SKLP support would earn the Jeju the distinction of Red Island by the U.S. By March 1948, 95% of all public officials had joined the strike against police killings. Strikes continued into 1948, where 2,500 would be arrested protesting the partition of Korea by the United States. Also in 1948, the rice tax would be raised 5 times from the 1947 level. Faced with dire circumstances, the SKLP planned to seize the island and liberate it from terrorist occupation.
You had the agricultural hub of the fucking peninsula.
Yes.
How do you fuck this up?
Yeah. Well, the thing is that the entire nation is like, they call it Red Island because like the whole little island is like very much leftist in their approach to organizing the island. They said even before they became communist inspired, they were like a Lao Tzu inspired anarchist organization even before like because it's like this island, like they were like afforded this kind of autonomy. So it was described as a Lao Tzu style anarchist organization, but then once they started being infringed upon, they turned to communism.
Right.
Because they needed a more organized element to like repeal invaders.
Right. Well, I mean, like the other thing is that like just Korea in general, right? I've heard described, just had a very like communal sort of culture to be. A lot of these places, Vietnam is another one, Laos is another one, even like, you know, China, right? Although China's a little bit more varied in terms of like cultural representation because there's many different cultural groups. And that's not to say that there aren't like, you know, many like kind of like subcultures like within Korea or Vietnam or Laos, but like a lot of them are very just community oriented, you know, and kind of lend themselves a lot more easily into ideas like communism.
So the backside of this May 15th, 1948 photo of the U.S. Army Signal Corps read, Captain Leach, American advisor to the Korean constabulary on the island of Jeju, and Malone, Korean officer in the constabulary, go over plans for and an attack on communist-infested village here.
Great.
Great.
By this point, the citizens of Jeju took a far more militant approach to achieving independence. Guerrilla attacks were launched across the island in April 1948. Many police stations were attacked, and several Japanese collaborators and policemen were also killed. The U.S. responded by bringing 1,700 more police and a regiment of U.S. troops to the island. By midday, 10,000 were arrested. By the end of 1948, Jeju police reported over 100 battles and 6,000 arrests, and U.S. sources put the fatalities at 5,000. Under the control of U.S. military government, a massacre would be carried out that would claim the lives of 30 to 70,000 people, depending on the source. That's a wide margin of error. Mm-hmm. On an island that only had a population of 300,000. Women were systematically sexually assaulted, and 70% of the island's homes were razed, meaning burned.
Yeah, burned down. That's what that means. Yeah. Go ahead.
I knew it was gonna get sad.
Yeah, Jeju. The situation on Jeju is one of the most trouble. Like, I mean, it's hard to say really because you're really sifting through a basket of just tragedy when you're going over this time period. But Jeju is like very, very, very grim in what happened there. The massacre that took place there is detestable.
We haven't even gotten to the war yet.
In just a few years, they bomb like millions of people in the north. So it's like, you know how we talk about the eastern expansion of the Nazis being like an apocalypse?
Yeah.
Living in north of the 38th parallel and south of the 38th parallel, a lot of people don't know that too, is that the South was bombed heavily by the United States as well. But that must have been like, I don't think there was like almost any structure standing over two stories at the end at the end of the Korean War. I mean, the amount of like horrific bombing, it must have felt like the apocalypse, effectively the apocalypse happening.
Well, there was some Western journalist that literally said like, it looks like pictures of the surface of the moon.
Right. Exactly.
Like we literally turned it into like the surface of the moon, an alien world.
Yeah. So here, just only so many pictures that you can really find of this. Here's one that I found of children refugees because of the massacres that were being conducted while it was under the rule of the U.S. military government. Let's go forward. U.S. forces were both directly and indirectly responsible for transforming the peaceful island of Jeju into a killing field. U.S. aircrafts were used to gather intelligence. Washington supplied the right-wing forces with munitions, transportation, and encouragements to carry out the massacre. By November, martial law was declared on the island, and 18 U.S. warships patrolled the perimeter of Jeju, shelling the defenseless villagers with 37mm cannons. The Jeju uprising and its violent suppression would have detrimental effects for the future of Korea. Some historians and scholars, including the military historian Alan R. Millett, regarded the Jeju uprising as the authentic beginning of the Korean War. So, let's pause right here for a second. The Korean War has not started yet.
No.
But the Korean War, as in the declaration of war, has not begun yet. So this is actually something that I want to tackle now, because we have this idea of the Korean War where, like, it's blamed on the North. It's like, oh, the North came onto into South Korea, they crossed the 38th parallel, they attacked us, now it's all out war. What does it sound like has been happening to you? What have you been discussing here over the past hour?
Kind of sounds like the U.S. is just
It sounds like a war.
It sounds like it's doing everything in its ability to either instigate a war or just outright
war. There's concentration camps, there's bombing, there's massacres, there is military advisement, there is planes, there is ships. And then it's like
you're taking in collaborators and people that literally were just colonizing the people that you just freed.
And when the DPRK taps their toe over the 38th parallel, they're like, this war, this is war. This is the start of a war.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And actually, that's not even what happened either. It was actually South Korean forces who instigated the crossing of the 38th parallel.
Hey, we're happy to inspire, Kay. And like literally any recommendations on any books or anything, Pat has got you.
Yeah, and if you really want to, like, I would just say these are the two books that I would always be recommending to anyone that's like getting into the beginning. This one is really long. The Korea's Place in the Sun is very long, but most of it is like modern. So like, even if you just want to get to the historical, it's like the first half, and then this one does as well. But both of these are like the two, like, this is where you start. This is like the wealth of information. The two most quoted books in this presentation are these.
And you know what, like, the funniest part is?
What?
We've brought up the Soviets how many times?
Dude, the Soviets, get ready. We're about to be talking about the difference. We're about to be talking about the day that the Soviets left versus what America was doing on the very same day.
Right. You know, like the
Soviets are just leaving, like, all right, North Korea.
You got everything handled, it looks like.
The United States is just like, they won't stop. They won't just allow.
We don't know what we're doing. Why?
What's going on? We just have to kill people. That's like.
Why did it come to this? Why? Why are you making us kill all of you?
They're literally having a parade and throwing confetti on the Soviets as they're leaving.
Right. The Soviets is just like, this has been like the easiest job I think I've ever had in my entire life. Like, I feel like I just took a vacation. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
There's that. Oh yeah, there's that.
I'll do it.
All right.
The massacres would elicit appalled responses through the North and South Korea. To the South,
I got bibimbap. I decided to get bibimbap.
I'm not gonna say what I got. To the South, thousands of members of the U.S.-backed Korean constabulary mutinied on October 48, as they were ordered to Jeju to assist in quelling the uprising. These soldiers would kill their officers, execute Japanese collaborators, and seized 6 counties in the Yeosu and Suncheon regions. As the mutineers seized ammunition and arrived in Yeosun, their ranks swelled to over 2,500, and citizens cheered in the streets and hoisted DPRK flags. Fuck yeah, that's not where I was expecting that sentence to go. Soldiers, once loyal to the U.S.-backed regime, would issue a statement that they refused to kill our own people. From now on, we are soldiers of the people and pledge to protect the country against foreign imperialism and to obtain real independence of Korea. All right, these dudes sound baller as fuck.
Well, yeah. So these are people that are part of the Korean Constabulary, which is the U.S. like the puppet government.
Right.
But now this shit is going on in Jeju, this horrific massacre, and they call on these people in Yeosun to be like, we need more forces to come and like, you know, massacre people on this island. So these dudes that are in the constabulary are like, no, like that's it. Like this has gone far enough. So they start just killing officers, and they start killing Japanese collaborators, and they incite this insane uprising in Yeosu in retaliation for what's going on in Jeju.
Right.
So go forward. In the newly liberated Yeosu, the immediate nullification of all ROK laws was declared, and they were to be replaced by that of the DPRK. The insurgent military reinstated the People's Committee to manage the city. The PC, People's Committee, immediately lowered the outrageous prices of rice. Many Japanese collaborators were summarily executed. A shoe factory was co-opted, and shoes were distributed to the poor of Yeosu. U.S. sources reported a group of 24 people carrying a red banner at the gate, and even the students of middle school, Marine school, and girls' middle school were armed. In the newly liberated Yeosu, the immediate nullification of all ROK. ROK is the Republic of Korea. It's what the South Korea is.
Also, I love the representation of the three genders, middle, marine, and girl.
In the newly liberated Yeosu, the immediate nullification of all ROK laws was declared, and they were replaced by that of the DPRK. The insurgent military reinstated the People's Committee to manage the city. Didn't we already? I think you already read this. The PC immediately lowered the outrageous prices of rice. Many Japanese collaborators were summarily executed. A shoe factory was co-opted. Yeah, I already read this. I don't know why. Okay, sorry. I don't know why I put this in there twice.
Well, you did kind of lose your mind.
I did lose my mind yesterday. Sorry.
There you go. Don't apologize. 2 U.S. officers displaying the captured flag of the 14th Regiment after the suppression of the Yellowstone Uprising. Yeah, look at these two fucking eaters. What?
Little commie flag there.
I mean, that's kind of a cool flag. What is it? That's like that looks like a saber, right? And a rifle.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It might have just been like homemade or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, who knows what that was?
After liberating Yasu, by the way, somebody please correct me if I'm saying this shit like incredibly wrong.
I say Yeosu. I could be wrong on what it is, to be honest with you.
So, after liberating Yasu, the movement moved to the nearby Suncheon. On October 20th, 400 insurgents would arrive in Suncheon by train and would be quickly joined by the city's military forces. The police force rallied against the people's government, and a battle occurred on the north side of the city. After 400 police were killed, Suncheon was liberated. Following the liberation, thousands of citizens restored the PC and tribunals were arranged to execute the Japanese collaborators. Crab dance and chat, y'all! According to the U.S. intelligence reports, large proportions of the people supported the tribunals.
I was supposed to be portions, or maybe proportions. I don't know. Go ahead.
What did I say?
Proportions. I might have put it in wrong. I'm not sure.
Large proportions of people supported the tribunal. Yeah, a large proportion of people supported it. Yeah, no, you're good. Don't start doing that. And even middle school students avidly joined the assaults on the police. Hell yeah, get them while they're young. In Guryi, PCs were organized and the DPRK flag was flown in the city. U.S. sources reported insurgents singing the Red Flag song as they marched on the city. Multiple sources reported the North Korean flag flying over Gwangju. I wonder if Leibach covered that song.
I'm not sure what that is.
Leibach is a martial industrial-ish sort of, just industrial, I guess, kind of band from like the 80s, but they like played in the DPRK and everything.
Yeah.
They have the guy that like sings in a really deep voice, kind of like this. Have I never showed you fucking Leibach? You
may have.
Okay. The situation had become so dire for the ROK. Oh, you know what's missing here is I muted the fucking music probably like 2 hours ago, and like I wonder if you actually like looked at like how often the music is actually playing during stream. It's probably going to be like less than 20% of the time. The situation had become so dire for the ROK that the U.S. headquarters sent a letter to the U.S. combat coordinators requesting that Iyasu must be retaken at all costs. ROK regiments were organized to take back the insurgent cities, regardless of the cost to their populations. Quote, on the same day the Russians were pulling all their troops from the north, U.S. officers were coordinating suppression of people's movements in the independent South. The uprising had massive popular support and was suppressed due to being faced with superior firepower, coordinated by Captain James Houseman and other elite U.S. officers, and carried out by Korean commanding officers who directly took orders from Americans and had served in the U.S. military. Bruce Cumings summarizes, these commanders who actually subdued the rebels were Americans. Even though the occupation had ended, the United States had no mandate to intervene in Korean international affairs.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I was saying: is that on the same day that the Russians are are exiting north. Actually, I meant to do this. Hold on.
And you're welcome, Redmond Barry.
Yeah, absolutely. There was a video I found of like a parade that they were having.
Yeah.
For it. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Oh yeah, here it is. Can you pull this up real quick?
Yeah, of course.
I think this is like North Korean propaganda, like news stuff.
I mean, you know I'm just a dirty whore for North Korean propaganda.
Korea and Soviet troops leave the northern sector, which they've occupied since the end of the war with
Doing the
Japan.
voice.
As they depart, the troops are cheered on their way by Koreans whose country still remains.
Korea. What the
That's
fuck?
it.
That's it?
Yeah.
I was getting all like amped up. I was hoping that was gonna be like way longer.
I'm sorry. That's all I got for you. But so everything else that we just read about what the United States was doing, in Yosu and
Sunshine and
yeah, and Jeju.
and Jeju.
That was the Soviets like heading out.
There's like a ticker tape parade and everything, you know. Meanwhile, the U.S. is just like, I don't understand what's wrong with these people.
Gutting down hungry peasants. All citizens of Yosu were rounded up, and Korean police, many still wearing old Japanese uniforms, carried out horrific vengeance. One of the most notorious transgressors was former Japanese Army Sergeant Kim Chung-won, playfully named Tiger Kim by the U.S. officers, whom used a katana to decapitate prisoners.
Christ.
U.S. reports sacking and raping of now overpowered Yosu. Doubtless this proceeded as their wildest dreams would have it. On December 6, 1948, American journalist Carl Meidens published details of these atrocities in Life magazine. Meidens reported how thousands of prisoners were beaten with bars, iron chains, and the butts of rifle. Thousands would be summarily executed.
First of all, Kim Chong-hwan does not sound Japanese in the slightest. It sounds like the most Korean fucking name
I've ever heard.
and you're gonna tell us. So this dude is. Can we look him up? Can we see if he's got like a Wikipedia or something? Because I need to know more about this fucking piece of shit. What was it? UA or no? Was it?
Not sure.
God damn it! Can I highlight this? No, I can't. God damn it! All right, so it's Kim Chong-hwan. That what? You gotta be kidding me. There's like nothing on this guy.
I mean, it might not be that big. You know, it might not be the biggest thing. We're probably just going off of like the memoirs of some some soldier or something like that. You know what I mean? Like some American soldier that referenced him.
I'm gonna hate myself for doing this, but
What are you doing? Tiger King.
was one of the highest ranking ethnic Koreans in the Japanese army during the Second World War. Born in Seoul, Kim was sent to Japan for studies in 1909, just before the Empire of Korea was annexed by Japan. Provisional Government Republic of Korea's commission, where he held by Brigadier General. Name him the South Korean army was overridden by General Walton. Distrusted Kim's background. I want to know if... Nah. Does he have any other names? I don't know. I'm spending too much time on this. Whatever. Jesus Christ.
That's corpses of massacred insurgents after the U.S.-led suppression of the unsung uprising.
Oh my God.
That's a mass grave. Hundreds of prisoners, many of them captured insurgents from Yosun and Jeju, were executed at the start of the Korean War in 1950. One of the children the man killed here later showed the author a copy of this photo, but with U.S. officers in the background. A detail cropped out of the publicly available version.
Oh, naturally.
And that's the end.
No way. Really?
Yeah.
I feel like I feel bad. After telling you, like, I feel like 70's a lot. You could have gone like a whole other, like, 20
That was
slides.
like 60, but also it didn't have any video.
True. This was a very text heavy.
That was like 60 slides.
Yeah, that was like, normally we do about what, like 40-ish?
Between 40 and 50.
Between 40 and 50. You know, Pat told me last night, yeah, I've got like 70 something right now. I was like, should I stop? And I'm like, that's kind of a lot.
I still have, if you go forward again. This is the beginning of William Blum.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But I don't have any like
Yeah. Post it right in chat. I want to see this fucking Tiger Kim asshole.
it makes me wish I didn't take so much stuff out. I probably could have left.
You probably could have left a lot. No, if anything, it's my fault. I'm the one that, like, you asked if you should...
No, but I kind of brought it to you like, oh man, this is crazy. I'm going crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I poisoned the well with it already.
Let's see here. Is this the right Tiger Kim? Darth Vader style helmets with high tensile plastic batons clashed with demonstrators on a street in this photo taken in the 1980s. And that's another thing, is that, like, people didn't even have fucking passports until what, like 1989, I want to say?
Yeah.
In South Korea. Alliances are tricky things to maintain. Allies may well have widely differing political and policy goals, as well as different cultures and modus operandi. Still, things have reached an extreme pass when the officer of one party to an alliance feels compelled to kill one of his counterparts. That is what happened during the early days of the Korean War. An American officer, Lieutenant Colonel Collins Emmerich, went berserk with the idea of killing a South Korean officer, Kim Chong-won, a man more commonly known as Tiger Kim. Yeah, so I guess the name, the romanization of the name was probably off, and that's why I wasn't able to find it. He was not successful. Emmerich was apparently restrained. Kim, reassigned under U.S. pressure, became the head enforcer of martial law in the besieged port of Busan. Oh, like the movie. Kim was dubbed, or perhaps dubbed himself, the Tiger of Mount Baekdu, which, by the way, the DPRK have many songs about Mount Baekdu. Although I think it's pronounced like Pektu. Whatever. I'll get back to that in a minute. He had joined the Japanese Imperial Army in 1940, where he rose to the rank of sergeant. The Japanese army has been called the most valiant, but also the cruelest in history. Yeah, who is calling it the most valiant? Where is this valiance coming from? From whom? What? Other Japanese Imperials? That doesn't count. The Nazis? Is that who's calling it? By the British writer George MacDonald Fraser. Oh, of course it's a fucking limey piece of shit British. In this ultra-brutal organization, Koreans were often given the dirtiest jobs. Oh, I wonder why. Such as counterinsurgency operations and guarding POWs. Yeah, that's not exactly what comes to mind when I think of the dirtiest jobs. Kim took his nickname from his years in Japanese service when he had operated in a special unit hunting down and liquidating communist guerrillas in North Korea and Manchuria. He also served in New Guinea and the Philippines. Wow, so this dude's just like beheading people all over the fucking place.
He's like the Smedley Butler of fucking...
Japanese imperialism?
Yeah. Because you know Smedley Butler, have you ever looked at his like war resume? He's like, yeah, I've been involved in every major military conflict between like I was in the Boxer Rebellion. I was like, he like did like everything.
I militarized the Philadelphia police. A huge brutish man, Kim returned to Korea after World War II, joined the Korean National Police, a force which included many who had served with the colonial oppressors, and was assigned to the Dongmae station in Seoul. He subsequently became bodyguard to the head of the Seoul police force, Chang Taek-sang. He soon indulged a talent, if one can call it that, for brutality. His activities included savage beatings of captives during the pre-Korean War insurgencies in the South. Oh, so a war crime.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. According to the historian Bruce Cumings, Kim managed to avoid frontline service during the Korean War, but another historian, Alan Millett, records that Kim was not necessarily a coward. He launched two amphibious assaults against leftist rebels during the Yasu Uprising of 1948. That thing we just talked about. During the war, he is reported to have beheaded 50 communists, a method of execution favored by Japanese soldiers, to have killed a number of his own men and even planned to machine gun 3,500 prisoners if the communists threatened Busan. The communists threatened people of Busan? Over what?
Oh yeah, and which communists? Where were they coming from?
To do what? By communists, do you just mean like random men, women, and children that you just rounded up? Like,
yeah. And it's like, by threatened, do you mean the place that they live? Like, how do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, they're threatening their home.
These kinds of incidents convinced Emmerich that Kim should die. I mean, I kind of don't blame him.
Yeah.
It's like I know that this guy Emmerich is probably racist, you know. I'm just like putting myself in his headspace. Like, I'm kind of a racist, but this guy's a monster. Like, this needs to stop. Tiger Kim is not one of the great names of history, but as one of the most notorious officers of the early Korean police force and later the army, his example makes clear how distant the police of the day were from the crime-fighting force of the present. Is it? The two Koreas had been born in a brutal crucible. Firstly, the different stripes of nationalists during the 36-year colonial era had been starkly polarized. This polarization was exacerbated by the Cold War ideology that descending over Asia. Once fighting broke out between the rival states, the war went total, in a fight that both sides, believed would mean their survival or extinction. No measure were true extreme.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't like that. Like, go back up. I just don't like the
Both sides.
Yeah, go down. I'm sorry. I'm. Let me see where.
What, this part?
Yeah. Yeah, rival states. Like, even referring
Right.
to them as rival states when there was a consolidated political system that was
Right.
spanning North and South that was effectively eradicated by the United States. Like, that's not a rival state. That's a grassroots indigenous Korean system of government that then was eradicated from the South by an occupying force.
Right. That's the North side just existing and doing things the way that they had always intent. Like, all the Korean people, it seems like, had intent. And by all, I mean the people that count, not the landlords or, you know, Syngman Rhee that hasn't lived in Korea in 30 fucking years, right? I'm talking about, like, the people of Korea, you know, the ones that count, right? So all those people...
That's how this is framed all the time. They're like, oh, these were rival states. It's like,
No, they weren't. One of them didn't even think about the other one's existence until, like, you know, it was made by outside forces. So, like, you know, the North is up there just doing their fucking thing, and then you've got the South that is being run by, like, psychotic, crazy people that are like, you know, I serve the colonists and execute people with this fucking katana.
That's a good man.
This is my job.
That's freedom.
I'm valiant. So throughout the 1950 to 53 war, the actions of the Korean National Police and affiliated paramilitaries horrified their allies. One of the war's most searing sets of photographs was taken by the picture post photographer Bert Hardy in Busan in 1950. They depicted lines of young men with their heads shaved, squatting down, and being mounted in trucks, guarded by Korean policemen that were to be executed.
I wonder if it's this picture.
It probably is.
Yeah. And if it's not, you can definitely gather what's going on by looking at this one. This is a book called Proud Korea.
That book is... I told you about that book because it's banned in the U.S.
Yeah, this is banned from publishing in the United States.
Yeah, because
it's a reporter.
Yeah.
It's a reporter's firsthand experience seeing what happened in Korea, the Korean War.
Right.
Which we didn't even get to yet, by the way.
Right. we haven't even gotten to the fucking war yet.
The war has not started. At this point, at least by the United States idea, there is no war at this point. War has not started. This ain't war. Do we have mortars shelling villages? Yes. Do we have warships all over the place?
Redmond Barry, yes, it may be on Amazon, but it was not published in the U.S., and if it was published in the U.S., it was published before the banning. It's called Cry Korea. I forget, what's the name of the author again?
Reginald Thompson.
Reginald Thompson. So, Cry Korea.
Also, the paperback is $53, which shows that it hasn't been printed in a long time. The hardcover is $200.
Well, that's like my fucking copy of Inventing a Reality. I paid like what?
Which I have.
Yeah, I paid like $80 for that fucking thing. And hey, look, chat. I'm literally doing this at the detriment of my own like problematic hobby of buying books that like I know I'll never make time to read. But abebooks.com, abebooks.com, you can find used books for real cheap on there. Any kind of book. It's worth taking a look at if you're trying to find something for cheap and you just want an alternative to Amazon, or you would prefer just a used book.
Book.
Yeah.
Here, you want to see it? You want to see another book I spent like $100 on?
Yeah,
I'm
let's
gonna
see
go
it.
I'd be really gentle with it because it's like falling apart.
Yeah, no, that's like my book from the 70s that I have about, revolution in a revolution.
Yeah.
In this murderous atmosphere, it is unsurprising that men like Emmerich might consider killing their opposite numbers. Another UN unit, however, came much closer to open combat with Korean police. At 7:40, December 15th, 1950, British units on the outskirts of Seoul heard shots being fired to their rear. Patrols went to investigate it. It was not communist guerrillas. It was Korean police executing a line of civilians bound together by wire. Among the dead in the shallow trench were youths and women. Is that their word for children? Song of Ariran. Okay. Korean communists in the Chinese Revolution. Oh, that sounds fucking sick.
You pull it up real quick because look, the whole binding is like coming apart.
Yeah,
like,
no, put it down. Put it down.
See if you can find like an English translation of this book, like the one that I have.
An American journalist, Helen Foster Snow, under the name Nim Wales. Snow traveled to Yan'an, the wartime capital of the Chinese Communist Party, which welcomes and supported many Koreans in the fight for independence from Japan. Colorful and personal information in the history of Korean independence movement and the Chinese Communist movement in 1930s based on extensive interviews with the Korean communist Jang Jirak. It's called Kim San in the book.
Yeah, that's him.
Do you want me to click his wiki?
If you want, yeah, I mean, I was just saying it's a really cool book that I found. I want to see if you can find one that's for sale because I had to buy that decrepit one.
This book was published in 1984. Dun dun dun.
Bro,
What?
can you go to Amazon real quick and look for Song of Araron?
All right, just give me. You're gonna need to give me a minute because now I need to log out of my Amazon account.
Here, I'll send you a snip.
No, just give me. All right, here. Now I'm logged out. Send me the link.
Just type in Song of Araron. Amazon.
Song of Ariran. Oh my god! That's a lot of money for a book. That's a lot of money for a book, chat. That's
I got it for about $100. Mine.
That's a lot of money.
Look at this. Look at this flex. Look at that flex. Look at that flex, boys. I got it. English version. It's falling apart at the seam, literally.
You should see if you could get it repaired at like a bookshop.
I know. That would be cool. But yeah, I have a copy of it.
Oh, they have a Korean edition too.
Yeah.
I wonder what.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
I wonder what Korean comedy celebrated by a famous American. Okay. Triumphed over himself. Let's see all the reviews. Oh, wow, there's only 2 reviews and they're both positive.
And they both appear to be Korean people.
Yeah. Huh.
This book is a much sought after counterbalance to the anti-communist propaganda that appeared before, during, and after the Korean War in the West. Not to engage in xenophobia.
Was
One
that
of my favorite? What?
not to what?
Engage in xenophobia.
Oh, okay.
But one of my favorite lines from this book is after he leaves Korea and he's in China, like with the communists, like fighting for the Chinese Revolution.
Right.
He's like upset one day and he wants to commit suicide. And he's like, You can't even commit suicide in China. None of the rivers are clean enough. Not like a good Korean river. Like how I long to kill myself in a Korean stream. Like,
Wait, he was
Yep.
executed in China?
Yep.
What for?
I don't know. He was labeled a Trotskyist and Japanese spy.
Okay.
Go down. However, he was framed and labeled a Trotskyist and Japan spy.
And arrested by the Chinese Communist Security led by Kang Sheng.
Which is definitely not a cool thing.
Who was under the influence of Stalinism at that time and led the Cultural Revolution with Jiang Qing. Ah, here we go. Now I know why he was executed. He was reinstated by the Central Committee of the Communist Party in China, January 1983, after his son had requested the recovery of his father's honor in 1978. Yeah, that's the thing, though, is if this is the right Mao wife that I'm thinking of. Yep, she was the fourth one. I'm not a very big fan of the Gang of Four. Like the Cultural Revolution and whatnot, because there's like a lot of people that like, you know, went through a lot of shit. And even like Deng Xiaoping barely made it out, like with his, you know, life and reputation and whatnot, and being able to be reinstated. Yeah, so, you know, when people say that, like, you know, we need a cult rev, we need a cultural revolution here, it's just like, hold your fucking horses, you know, like, fucking, not a lot of people, even in China, look at the Cultural Revolution as like, oh yeah, no, it was a great fucking time, had by all. Since the anti-communist denial of recognizing the historical contributions of those who had been fighters for Korean independence on the leftist side during the Japanese rule was loosened after the democratization of South Korea. Right. I'm just wondering, like, how can you even make an accusation that he's like Japan's spy? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Sometimes in a lot of these things, people try to settle scores with people and shit like that. Like, who knows? Like,
Yeah.
it could have been, it could have been a lie.
Mao's fourth wife had a lot of scores to settle with a lot of people. What does no tanky panky here mean, Redmond Barry? Look, we're probably the most critically fucking what do we call it? Critically supportive you know, podcast of socialist construction, or not podcast, Twitch stream on Twitch. The Wuhan incident seemed pretty neat, but I don't know enough about it. What are we even talking about now? What is the Wuhan incident? What is even happening here? You criticize the great proletarian cultural revolution. You must write a statement of regret and confession. Fucking make me. Make me. Make me. Self-crit. Fucking Grom. Make me.
There's, like, I mean, here, pull up like Mobo Gao's Battle for China's Past. Can we just read the summary of that real quick?
Fine. Which, by the way, like, how do you spell it?
Mobo, M-O-B-O. Space Gao, yeah.
What is it? Fight for the Revolution or something?
Battle for China's Past.
Which, by the way, this book was recommended to me, like, by someone I later learned is a Maoist, so is what it is. They want $100 and fucking some odd dollars for this shit?
Oh, I got the soft cover of it.
The Unknown Cultural Revolution: Life and Change in a
that
Chinese
book, too.
Village.
I haven't read that one yet, though.
Why is this doing this? Are people still trying to get me to self-crit or something?
What's happening right now?
Trying to, I don't know. Struggle session. It was like a million combatants, PMC versus farmers gang fight of 1967. Powerful. All right. So which review do you want me?
To the summary.
Oh, okay. All right. A powerful mixture of political passion and original research, a brave polemic against the fashionable view on China, aims a knockout blow at Zheng Chang's recent book on Mao, which Bush and conservatives rave-reviewed. Gregor Benton, professor of Chinese history, University of Cardiff. This important book opens a much-needed window onto the Chinese perceptions of the country's post-Mao direction, highlights the renewal of popular support for socialism and the growing opposition to contemporary state policies. Martin Hart Landsberg, professor of economics, Lewis and Clark College. What? I must...
Martin Hart Landsberg.
Ah, okay.
There's a lot of great books on Korea.
Look at that. See, you just mention an author, especially if it's like a leftist historian or a historian that writes about leftist topics. Pat probably has a book by them.
In reach of me. I don't even have my bookshelf up.
Yeah. Mao and his policies have long been demonized in the West, with the Cultural Revolution considered a fundamental violation of human rights. As China embraces capitalism, the Mao era is being surgically denigrated by the Chinese political and intellectual elite. This book tackles the extremely negative depiction of China under Mao in recent publications and argues most people in China, including the rural poor and the urban working class, actually benefited from Mao's policy of comprehensive welfare system for the urban and basic health and education provision for the rural, which is being reversed in the current rush towards capitalism. By a critical analysis of the mainstream account of the Mao era and Cultural Revolution, and by revealing what is offered in the unofficial e-media debates, this book sets the record straight, making a convincing argument for the positive effects of Mao's policies on well-being of the Chinese people. And this was written in what fucking year?
I'm not sure.
2015. Wow, so he still wasn't on board with Xi, huh?
I don't think so.
Does he talk about Xi Jinping in that?
Man, I don't remember. I know he talks about Deng a little bit, though.
Right.
But he also does refer to, like, the reforms as, like, a push towards capitalism, like it said in that summary.
Right.
So, definitely some of that language is a little bit loaded.
Yeah.
I think that you can, like, maybe draw your own assumption about China's current economic processes, but also still engage with some of the historical evidence of the Cultural Revolution period. That's the only book I've read on the subject, though. So it's not like here where I'm like in like Korea, where I have like you know 16 books on my table. So China is something that I know very little about. I have like peripheral understanding of it just from like readings that go over it, but I haven't read a lot of like direct China literature.
No, I don't blame you either, because it's so like, what's the word? Not controversial, derisive.
So many different perspectives. Yeah, derisive.
Yeah. Where it's just like, here's the thing. Like when I say that, like, I'm not a big fan of like the Gang of Four and like the Cultural Revolution, like, wasn't exactly a good time had by all. You can't tell me that like, oh, everything went hunky fucking dory for everybody, and that there was no abuses of power.
They don't even say that in the book, though.
I know. I wasn't even talking about this book. You're the one that brought up the book.
I know. I thought you were saying something in response to it.
No, I was saying it in response to like the fact that like it was the fucking Jing King and the fourth wife of Mao, and this other dickhead that apparently I think was also part of that, right?
Maybe I wouldn't know.
That like anybody and everybody had to like self-crit. That's why everybody in chat's telling me to like self-crit and then I need a struggle session and shit.
I know that they were saying, I know what the Cultural Revolution is. I'm
right.
More like, if you were like an abuser or a landlord or something like that. Like,
yeah, that makes sense.
your village would like put you up on a fucking stage and like they wouldn't even necessarily execute you, but they would like humiliate you and make you like renounce all like the bad things that you've done and all and like.
I think that it could have had more organization, and I think that is a fair crit.
No, absolutely. I just sent you this too. I don't know why. I looked at this the other day and I was like, oh wow, that's a pretty steep increase.
Huh. Well,
look at that. Look at that vertical line.
Look at that vertical line from 62 to 2020. Kind of, you would think that maybe at least in like the last year, the last 3 years, there would be some kind of change. Oh no, we're not even going into
Hey, Rob
past
Rousseau,
2020.
thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, remember he said like
Yeah,
hours
he's not
ago?
that
Like hours ago? Yeah, that part sounds pretty cool, but there does appear to be some subversion of Mao's vision towards the end there. I mean, yeah, probably. This site has a university lectures on Chinese socialism from a Chinese university. Ooh. Ooh.
We like that.
Let me just throw that up there on the screen. Subscribe.
Yeah, I'm so.
Oh, Ha-Jun Chang. Holy shit.
Oh, that's my guy.
Yeah.
He's not a Marxist.
No.
He's like a social democrat or like a Keynesian or something, which I agree with a lot of those policies. Like obviously if somebody was in the United States, like, hey, we want to redistribute more wealth to poor people. It's like, yes, I'll vote for this. If I wasn't a convicted felon, I would vote for this.
There's Dung. There he is. Yeah, I've kind of wanted to read Ezra Vogel's autobiography of him, but you know how it be. Books and such.
It do be like that though.
I'm down to check out some of this shit. And it's like, I don't know. Maybe at some point, like later on, we can cover some stuff on China. I just know that no matter what, like we're never gonna make both sides happy. And that's why I think that like if we're gonna read, Mogo Gao.
I'm not even suggesting to read it.
Oh, okay.
To be honest, I read it and it wasn't like a life-changing book for me.
Right.
It was fine. I think there would be a lot of interesting things to talk about there. But I have a very long list of books that, like some of these books on Korea, dude, I would love to read some of these books on stream because I just love the content of these books so much. These books changed me when I read them. Like that Korea's Unknown Uprising book.
Yeah.
When I read that, I was like, it like changed the whole way that I viewed the world. Like not the world, but in a way the world, because like it changed the whole, like every narrative I've ever heard about Korea.
Yeah.
And then that kind of changes what you think about everything because you're like, well, what the fuck? Like,
well, that's like that time that they were pretty much just lying about Bernie Sanders in the news or something, and my mom like finally had come around to the idea that Bernie is actually really good. But this is the 2020 election, not 2016. So, and I was like, yeah, Ma, and Bernie is an American.
Oh, dude,
now imagine what they say about other leaders in other countries.
That comment in the chat.
Which one?
Please set that up.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. Grom, you like? I still want to have you and Azul's scapegoat or whatever, Azure scapegoat. Come on, cause me and Pat, we fucking remember watching those videos like years ago.
Yeah, I would love all that.
Yeah, no, we would love to. If you got anybody that you want to throw our way, we're more than willing to have them on.
Also, the Subversive History community organization is looking to expand, and we would potentially go to fucking North Korea, or the DPRK, should I say, and visit it and potentially do some kind of travel blog there if if maybe someone would, if not if somebody, if anybody wanted to support the channel in any way, whether it's subscriptions, donations, anything like that, feel free to do so. And maybe if we could expand this thing enough, I'll get on a goddamn plane like I went to India, like I went to Guatemala. I'll go to the DVRK next month if I had the money.
Thank you, Hash Kush.
Kush, thank you so much. I mean, someone other than Hash Kush sometimes, you know. Hash Kush does too much.
Hash Kush is like almost single-handedly funding this entire operation. My friend went there for 3 weeks in Solidarity Brigade. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah. And like the guy that is at the Swedish consulate or whatever, he's just like, I fucking hate it here.
I'll donate the DPRK fund as soon as you put up the link. All right, maybe we'll do that someday.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, look. What we're gonna do is because it's like 2 people, right? And I don't know how to get like the tax information for Twitch stream to be, you know, more than 1 person. I think that like what we're gonna do is we're gonna try and like LLC some shit. I don't know, where like me and Pat are gonna be like the only 2 people of like a corporation. And that way it'll make it easier for us to, instead of like having to try and both be on like a bank account or something like that. I want to make sure that like
looking for a link to that book. I just put a link in the chat if that's what you're looking for.
Make sure you keep your portraits dusted or you might get executed.
No, I'm stealing all the posters.
Don't do that.
I'm taking all the posters.
I will straight up snitch on you so fucking hard. Like I have nothing to do with it. $3,000, Jesus, and that's from Sweden. Moving to South Korea, I feel like there's probably more revolutionary potential there than in rural Western U.S., and it just might be easier to exist there. I mean, look, dude, the grass is always gonna be fucking greener. You know, I don't know if you are Korean or not.
Also, the thing is about going to Korea that costs that much money is that you can't just like go there and book whatever hotel you want and you rent a car and do whatever. You're not just booking the travel there. You're booking like an entire stay that's like a resort with tour guides and everything. Like there's only one way to do it. You can't just go in there and like, you know, it's not like going to India or something like that. It's like you're paying for essentially an all-inclusive tour of, you know, I would assume Pyongyang and whatever other places.
Yeah, the most sanctioned and like besmirched and like vilified country like in the world.
I've been to Cuba twice. I loved Cuba. I just saw Vijay Prashad post some stuff about him being in Cuba. I would definitely like to go back, especially now that COVID's over, especially because I know that my money is so helpful there.
Yeah.
Yep, they went to the DMZ in some rural towns around Pyongyang. An hotel went to events. They went to an event with the DVRK premiere. There's this guy called Indigo Travel that went there. That I love his videos on it because like he even has to put like I just love his travel. Look. Oh, I'm searching on Twitch. What the fuck am I doing? I'm searching Indigo Traveler on Twitch, and
do you want me to pull it up on here?
Yeah. Indigo Traveler, North Korea. And this guy is not like a political dude, like
not at all.
Like at all. He's just like a travel vlogger dude.
So this is the toilet.
That's in like Nigeria. Go to the North Korea episode. He goes to Yemen, which nobody goes to. He goes to Libya, which nobody goes to. Like he has like a specific like I'm going to like the most like generally not day one in North Korea.
Wait, where did I pass it?
Yeah, go down. Down. There it is.
Where?
Oh, hold on, go up.
Oh.
There it is. Go to the right. Okay.
I was not paid by.
There's the day one right there.
I was not paid by any company or government to make this video.
Yes,
I do
you
not
were.
condone, support, or promote the regime of North Korea in any manner.
I do.
Please do your own research.
North Korea.
North
He
Korea.
says that because he's like, I don't want to come off
Kim
too,
Jong-un, his regime, human rights, prison camp.
He doesn't want to come off to what?
like come off too like in his video. He's not like
Not a journalist.
scathing the
I'm
country.
just some kid with a
Yeah.
consumer camera who was lucky enough to gain access into the most isolated and controlled country in the world. This video series is a product of that.
Does he go to Eritrea, Pat?
I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen him go. Is that how it's pronounced? I always say Eritrea. I might be saying it wrong.
Alright guys, so welcome to
I don't
day two
recall.
of the North Korea trip. Beautiful day here in Pyongyang. Apparently it's going to be really hot today. Today we're going on a city tour, so we're going to explore the capital city here. No idea what to expect, as per usual. I think we're starting the day at some important monuments, so had to wear long pants to show respect.
You kidding me? I'll be in fucking DPRK for less than 12 hours and I'm buying like a whole wardrobe of fucking like, you know, government outfits and shit.
Brom, it's funny because that's like the most like that might be some of the most valuable like propaganda. Like just filming yourself doing the most innocuous tasks in North Korea in DPRK, where you're just like, here's me
So as
buying
we
a hot dog in North Korea.
Kim
Like it's
Jong-il
like
monuments are tall
Grom,
coordinates
is it the he was like
by
Filipino
flowers
or
to be
something?
placed under the statues. I'm not 100% sure if this is mandatory, but I feel like it is, but I could be wrong. So when taking photos of these statues, we had to be very careful how we took the photos. The leaders had to be fully framed. I think this was just to show how big the statues are. They're 22 meters tall each. The
How many
statues
feet is that?
2012, so they're
God damn it.
relatively new to both sides of the.
What's a meter?
There are 229 figures representing the struggle that the Korean people went through during the war. Underneath you can see helmets from the US
That's
Army
awesome.
that the Korean people are standing on in the mud.
Hell
Gives you
yeah.
an idea of the feelings here.
Hell yeah. They're stepping on the American flag too.
I had this little envelope full of passport photos that I had to take while I was in India, and I use them to pick my teeth now.
That's disgusting, but also hilarious.
Why is it disgusting?
You're picking your teeth with it.
They've never been outside of the envelope. They got the all right in there.
Memorial, so it should be a big kind of ceremony because it's International Children's Day today, so let's see what that's like.
Just gonna keep picking his teeth.
Dude, I didn't get it because I didn't need to pick my teeth.
We just arrived at the fun fair, it's called. It's like an amusement park, so I'm not sure what to expect here. Maybe we get to go on some rides. Check it out, there's heaps of people here.
I don't pick my teeth at all.
Exactly.
I don't pick my teeth.
You don't need like a toothpick sometimes. You
No,
don't have
I
carry
have
around
no.
a
I have
tiny
those little
picture of yourself?
flosser things that are probably horribly bad for the environment.
You don't carry around a tiny picture of yourself to pick your teeth with.
So depending on the color of the number plate and the numbers, that will tell you.
Although you will notice me always doing this, like trying to get it out with just my nail, I guess.
It's infuriating. It drives me insane when I can't get something out of my teeth.
Something to do with the government, I think. Super interesting. It's very rare to have your own car here. If you have your own car, then chances are you've succeeded.
Chances are,
Like noteworthy, like won the Olympics or been gifted it by the government or
Is
something.
North Korea allowed to play Olympics?
yeah. When the U.S. isn't pressuring, you know.
We arrived at this Children's Day celebration.
See, I want that. I want that jacket and shit. You know that cameraman had.
I think it was an extremely.
That's the fit I want.
There were
They are at the Olympics,
cameras
okay.
everywhere, and there was even a drone flying.
Sick.
Basically, the day was based around children's games, so they'd have events like tug of war and relays and things. It was pretty cool. One part that I wasn't.
When do we
really sure
get to the
about
subways filled with the corpses where
Yeah,
they
with the-
push the train through the corpses that are being eaten by rats?
Yeah. So how many of these children have since been eaten by rats? And at what point do they feed them the rats? Because remember, it's like a sick Ouroborosian cycle of children being eaten by rats and then also eating.
They nourish themselves with the rats.
Right. It's like, you know, well, second degree cannibalism.
It seemed a bit harsh, but apart from that, it's super interesting.
Oh, fuck. Baldwin's got an ad. I mean, we're not really even doing anything that, like, you know. Yeah. These kids can't push a train. Look at them.
I don't know. I don't know if you saw the thing with that. They said that kid's got to be jacked because you just like those crazy ab workouts, and that kid's just.
Kids got energy like that all the fucking time. Why is this kid crying?
Where's she from?
Yeah.
She looked Indian, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow, really, Hashkush? They had a joint North and South Korea. Oh, awesome. Isn't there still like what is like the current do Koreans want reunification?
All right, enough of this guy. Let's go see what this is.
I like that guy a lot. I want that restated. I want to restate that for the camera.
I'd love to be able to ride them, but
What do we got here? Big chill in Pyongyang. The
this was like a month ago. Wow, they're actively out there.
He was Thai. I think I follow this guy on Instagram. Oh wait, no, this is Thailand. I've been baited. See, this is the shit I want. I can't tell if they're going up or down.
That's how you trick the imperialists.
Do they have a punk scene in the DPRK?
I don't think so, man. I think I would have heard of that at some point.
No, he's Thai. It's from Thailand, I think.
Have you ever seen the episode of The Simpsons where he's like, all right, you want to get some food? How's Thai? And Homer looks at the tie that he's wearing. He's like, Thai good. How's hair?
Yeah, it just looks like a fucking Subway. Without a bunch of shit all over the place.
But what I'm saying is, where's the corpses?
Where's the corpse?
I was told that there was going to be corpses that would clog the subway system to the point where you had to, I guess, push the train.
Oh, he's got like the swag rock stomp clap fucking music in the background.
Yeah, commercial shit. Corpses. These are all crisis actors.
Look at this dude's drip, though.
He is kind of dripped out. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Can we talk about the haircuts for a second?
Yeah. I want to introduce vaping to the DPRK.
Wow, what are you, some kind of fucking white savior?
Yes. White savior of vaping. I'm gonna save the lungs of... Oh no, wait, they have like fucking Juche necromancy, so they really don't need to stop smoking cigarettes.
I'm not... What?
They got weed by the grocery bag. Do you think it would be worth it to relapse after 11 years of being drug-free to be like, I smoked weed in the
North Korea.
in the DPRK?
It's probably worth it. not like you can get dope there.
Well, I mean, like, I guess this person made it, you know? They must have done really good at the fucking Olympics.
That car actually has nothing under the hood other than children.
Just
like
children?
Yeah, like Flintstone style. Like,
you can't see it, but there's children
powering that car for the state officials. I don't know what brand of car those would be, to be honest. So this guy doesn't look like
Thailand. Enough about Thailand. I can look at any fucking travel vlog for Thailand. I want to see.
Well, I'm saying that they put a video about them getting Disney movies or something.
Oh, hell yeah.
They bootleg?
Hell yeah.
Dude, I hope there's some kind of like state department in North Korea for like quarantining and illegally downloading Disney movies to then distribute to the people. like that is part of the ascent of socialism, is like the people need Disney movies. Steal them. Illegally download, pirate them, and distribute them to the people.
See, like,
the people need the Lion King.
For me, if anything, I would want to like meet up with the state officials to be like, hey, can I send you stuff and like, you know, you can disseminate whether it's like good or not and edit it.
I go to North Korea with you. You can't be like so pick me all the time, please.
No, I'm gonna be like I
know.
I don't have access to state secrets, but if I can get my hands on any.
I'm for you. Trust me. Like, you can trust me with the information. You can bring me an American prisoner, and I will put him to death right now, just to prove to you that I'm down for this.
I am so down for all of this. Yeah, whatever you want, bootleg anything of. Like, here's my email.
Yeah. You don't know what they're saying on the news. Yeah, I got you. So does this guy have handlers?
No, he's
because like I've always seen like the travel videos. It's always like white people that go out there, and it's like a crew of them, and they're on like a little bus, and they go around and like they go to the hotel, and like this guy seems to just be out and about, just kind of living his best life.
I don't know if it's a man or a woman, but I think they're just a Thai foreign representative or whatever.
Oh, so they don't have that same. I mean,
yeah.
You know, it does make sense that maybe like, you know, white people come to the country, you kind of want to keep them corralled in a certain area so that they don't do what they tend to do.
All right.
I don't know. I'm not trying to, you know, I have plenty of criticisms about the DPRK that I will really engage with if anybody wants to talk to them. But, you know, a country that has been so thoroughly traumatized by American bombs. Like if I just walked up over there, they're like, you have to stay in that hotel. Like, don't walk around. It's like, all right. I share the DNA with people who did really bad things here, so I guess I'll hide it.
You look a lot like the people that tried to ethnically cleanse us, so, you know, no hard feelings.
Hotel, we'll give you breakfast, but then we go when we say we're ready to go. We'll come get you. And I'm like, all right, I'll be at the hotel.
Show me the pictures on your phone. Show me the pictures on your phone. All right.
Fucking spaghettis and hamburgers. I love like the like innocently naive like North Korean like American, we got you. It's like hamburgers and spaghetti, like pretty good, right?
It's going through your pictures on your phone. You got games on this?
You got games on that phone? What is this like the Korea is this like some?
Well, there's 101 Dalmatians. There's Robin Hood. And what looks like Beauty of the Beast. Tarzan.
He picked that one. He was like, this is the one. The moment he saw it, he was like, yeah.
Does it have the right soundtrack, though? Winnie the Pooh. That's some Disney Channel shit. I don't even know what the fuck that is.
Come on. Get that out of here. I'm too old for that. New Moon. Even this guy's like, what the fuck?
The fuck is that? That's some like old timey shit. That's droopy. Yeah.
I don't know what. That's a racist dove.
Yeah.
That's a racist crow from
Oh, the Lion King. The Lion King.
That's what you want. That's what you want.
What the fuck is that?
I have no idea. Is that more racist crows?
That ain't Disney.
I have
That's
no idea what any of that is. Beauty
Beauty
and
the Beast.
and stuff.
Yep. Aladdin, dude. Look.
Oh, and Finding Nemo. What the fuck?
And the fucking Seuss one.
Yo, get that one, dude. That's a bang for your buck.
Another Lion King.
Yeah,
Tom and Jerry.
They might just be like Korean productions because like the bootlegs I'm used to getting from like the bus in Philly, it's just a blank disc written on it with marker. So and maybe North Korea has like a very sophisticated State Department for producing the bootlegs where they put like imagery on the top and everything.
Just give it time. They're at like Netflix in 2006. All right, like they're almost there.
I would love to go. Like seriously,
Same.
I would love to see it.
I want to go. I want to go really
Other than,
badly.
like Hans or whatever that dude's name was, I've never really heard of a bad thing happening. But also, I wouldn't be like stealing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pull some Otto Warmbier shit. Like,
Otto. I tried saying Hans. I didn't remember what his name was.
if you want to act a damn fool, you're gonna get some foolish fucking results, man.
That's why I need you to chill, dude, while we're there. I can't have
I'm
you
not,
with
bro.
every Korean interpreter and being like, listen, you don't get it. I love this place.
Oh shit! I've seen clips of that. The cartoon that he's holding in his hand. It's like a DPRK cartoon.
They're gonna launch you over to Japan.
They're going to strap you to an ICBM and launch you.
With all the research I've done on like Korea and the Korean War, I would love to visit the museums they have there. Like I know a lot of like the tours that they do, they take you to these like museums that are like memorials to the Korean War. I would love to like fucking see those. That would be so sick. And from everything I can see, you can have cameras and shit. Like they don't let you not have cameras. That's why that Naomi Park stuff is so fucking weird. Is that it's like
this is so easily disprovable.
There's a lot of footage of North Korea. Like, it's not like, you know, it's isolated and it's, you know, it's tight, but it's not impossible to see shit happening there. I mean, I guess she could say that she was from some remote corner where that happens. I don't know.
Not even, dude.
I'm gonna be over there like, yo, where's the unicorns?
And that's the end of our trip. And then we get banned. And
They'll
then
just turn us around. Like, back to China.
Back on the plane.
That's kind of a cool thing too, though, is that a trip to North Korea is like a mandatory trip to China also.
Sick. Yes.
I would love to, like, not even just as like somebody who has like a certain political persuasion. I think China is like a really underrated travel area just in terms of like the Great Wall and certain mountains and stuff out there. Like China's like a really sick place, and I don't think it gets the credit that it deserves for how beautiful it is.
Yeah.
Because it's like because of like how people talk about it politically.
Also, Matt, if they offered me a job doing counterintelligence, like I obviously am not going to answer that on air, but
in a video game,
yes.
If a North Korean operative in a video game approached me and asked me to be a double agent for the DPRK, in a video game, I would do it.
Matt, have you ever seen the movie about Carlos the Jackal? I feel like you would really like that guy.
Maybe. So we're getting close. It's like 9:30.
Yeah.
How did everybody feel about the presentation on Korea? Like, obviously, it's the first thing that I put together that was like my own writing and research and things like that. Was it well received by the people in chat? I should have asked this like when we still had like 50 people in here, but I just kind of was tired and we started watching these videos and I zoned out. Wait, hold on. Money? How'd they get money?
So this is a movie that if you have what the fuck is it? God God damn it. What's that like thing called? That like TV network? Criterion. If you have the Criterion channel,
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
it's on here. It's in like has like a mini series. Is really, really, really good.
Thank you, Quaker Oats guy. I appreciate you. Dennis Rodman.
What else they got here? This is from like a month ago. Is this literally just them filming like them watching TV?
Yeah, that's
Oh no, it's DPRK News in the Morning. I think. Is it?
Fast forward, dude.
The dude's speaking English.
Big chill.
I'll sign up to anyone. Like, Sweden is joining NATO now, and if that gets our asses invaded, I'm learning enough Russian to point out Swedish soldiers to them straight up. It's like, dear Putin, I know where the army bases are. Here are the core. The Privilege Restaurant? Yo, that's American money. Yo, that's fucking pizza.
Condom. All that food's actually made out of condoms. Those potatoes, condoms.
So there's steps down to the other platform.
This is gonna be me and my wife when we go to the DPRK. You laugh, but that's legitimately gonna happen.
Hello, Toby.
Ayo bawa masuk. Ayo masuk. Ayo masuk.
Up.
Tapi jangan, yang diambil itu punya orang.
Yeay.
Winnie the Pooh! I thought it was bad. Oh no, wait, that's China.
Entah, mau bukain los.
Hell yeah.
Oh, you just straight up your Walmart. Man, that's a nice floor. This place looks pretty nice.
Yeah, this is the North Korean Walmart.
What are all these beers? There's a Heineken in there?
Yeah, bro.
Shit. How'd they get that? That's actually condoms.
Happy New Year.
Liquefied condoms.
Sini.
Liquefied condoms.
Happy New Year. Seherul Cukahamnida. Seherul Cukahamnida. Siksa. Yuk.
How many different vestibules are there in this fucking place? Like, where are they gonna get?
Why is it like a fucking labyrinth to get into this restaurant?
Where do you eat? Where do you eat?
Like a booth seat?
Yeah, I like a booth actually. I want the booth behind this private little door. Who's this dude? Is that like a Muslim thing?
Yo, Thailand's got it like hooked up, man. Like Thailand, they're going everywhere.
Yeah. Was that like a Muslim family?
Yeah, the family we're watching right now, I think, is a Muslim family.
Oh, from Indonesia.
From Thailand.
From Thailand, right? That makes sense.
Or are they Indonesian?
Yeah, but Indonesia has one of the largest Muslim.
Yeah, right,
populations
right.
in
So
the world, right?
it probably is Indonesia.
Yeah, Muslims from Indonesia. They are Indonesian. Just screaming at us.
Just ignoring chat.
Iya tadi udah dibeliin mas.
Bro, hell yeah. Dude, it's so funny how like how English is so hegemonically dominant that like anywhere, even if you go to North Korea, they're like, this is the steak.
This is the squid steak. No, I will not explain.
Now I heard you eat barnacles here.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Where's the barnacles on the menu? I'm seeing a lot of like actual food. Where's the barnacles?
I watched the Boy video of the cookbook that they stole, and it said that you eat, spiraled out like fish or something. Where's that?
Yeah. No, it said they eat barnacles off the fucking side of boats. That's what
Right.
the video that I saw. It said that people eat.
Kimchi tuh.
Oh, fish and stuffed mushrooms. God damn. Shit.
Shit.
Yeah. What is bracken sow?
Buttered toast.
This is more food than I saw when I was in Cuba. More food options than I saw when I was in Cuba.
They got cowtail soup.
Where's the cheeseburger? Cheeseburger. You're like,
Yeah,
sorry.
Grom, where's the cheeseburgers, all right? Pine nut gruel. See, that sounds more like what I've been told.
Who's that one dickhead from Vice that went to North Korea?
Which one? They're all dickheads.
What's his name? Stan Smith or Sam Smith? What's his name?
Some shit like that. Well, what about him?
I don't know. He was such a dick when he was there. I haven't watched him. I'm getting hungry now. Yeah.
I wonder if like the DPRK has like one of those like built-in kind of
Yeah,
like.
it's one of the founders of Vice, like not Gavin McGinnis, but the other guy. He went there and he was being like such. The whole time he was there, he was like mocking it. And he was
Yeah. That
Oh
sounds
no,
about
not the
right.
haircut guy. I know that dude. That's like a genius viral thing to do. It's just like I'm just gonna go to North Korea and get a haircut. 'Cause they really-
Yeah, no,
Is
is
War podcast. That's the guy from Vice, right?
Yeah, these are the same dickheads that like from Vice that like went to Ukraine and they're like, oh, like they listen to Nazi black metal too. Oh man, that's a crazy tattoo you got, bro. This person's just filming their entire family outing.
Yeah, and we're just over here like, haha.
Man, I can't imagine eating food in a different place than where I live now.
What is that sauce? Is it like a tartar sauce?
It's gotta be. I don't know.
That's pretty good.
Those like shoestring
He's like, I always
fries?
did a haircut video. Oh wow, I thought didn't a white dude go out there and get his haircut for like a viral video?
Yeah, no, that's Boy.
Yeah.
Here, Boy are the
Yeah,
two
bring that
Aussie
up.
guys that.
Aren't they like cool though?
Yes, they are cool. They are communists, I believe. There's Alexei, he's Albanian from Australia. And then there's Alex, who I believe is Russian.
You put a video, I've
And
never seen it.
what?
The haircut video.
Oh, you've never seen the haircut video?
I've never watched.
Dude,
I've only read
it's,
about
oh my god, this is gonna be so long though. So like,
it. I thought it was 10 minutes long.
it's not 10 minutes long.
20 minutes.
Korea, the most dangerous country in the world. Infamous.
Up with the
for its
fucking
bizarre,
subtitles.
brutal regime run by a crazy
Portuguese.
dictator who won't let anyone in.
No,
or
we
out.
know David can't read them
These
anyways.
guys, they just want a haircut.
They're so young in this video.
Alex is my friend Alex. Is that dude's name Alex?
What's
I have
that?
a friend, I have my friend named Alex from Tajikistan, and he looks just like him.
Yeah, I mean they're both.
Not him, the other one.
Their ancestry lies in Eastern Europe. I wonder if that led them to their interest of like communism and socialism. But they're funny as hell. He runs the Boy Boy channel, and then the other one, the one that looks like your friend, has a channel called I Did a Thing, where he makes stuff while he's barefoot.
Yeah, you can probably listen. I just explained all this in much better detail than you could, so we don't gotta worry about this fucking part.
All right.
Yeah, things were pretty sweet in Korea for about 2 months. Yeah, that's the PRK. Like the only time that the PRK was allowed to exist.
Only one of them is Albanian.
This North Korean guy
They were Albanians. Dude, why do European people hate the Albanians so much?
Because they were the ones that did it first.
They did it first.
Threatening a preemptive nuclear attack. The U.S. is increasingly being held
Albania is enough.
Wait, does Albania have a statue of Clinton today?
Yeah. Oh no, I thought that was in Yugoslavia. I could be wrong though.
Well, Yugoslavia doesn't exist anymore.
But one of those countries.
This dude reminds me of a guy I used to know named Dante, who was just naturally ripped for whatever reason. Like, this is the kind of guy that can go out on a run for like, a year, like, just like fucking smoking crack and shit. And then like, you see him like a year later and it's like, oh, I see that you still have shoulders the size of your fucking head and like, just an 8-pack. That's not fair at all.
Oh, Kosovo. Maybe that's what I was thinking. Is Kosovo Albanians too?
Yeah, I think you're thinking of Kosovo.
tried to ban sarcasm. I want you to know. Your ban on sarcasm.
I hate this guy so much.
And by the way, that haircut, amazing. What the haircut law and all these other amazing stories share in common.
Some say it's Serbia.
They're based on absolutely nothing.
Some say it's Montenegro.
But ancient alien archaeologists theorize.
No one says that it's Croatia.
Somewhere out there, there's a regime that enforces conformity and lies to its people.
But just because these stories can viciously and frantically whirl around and
we engage in so much European racism on this channel. Like,
I don't give a shit.
Talking shit about British, Italian, Irish, Albanian. Like, if it's like within like the specter of Europe, we will racistly.
If they're considered white, I will be racist.
Yeah, that's the rule here.
We decide to see what the average Newtonian thinks.
Damn, yeah, you're like, my girlfriend's Ukraine. My girlfriend's Russian.
Is required to get the same haircut as Kim Jong-un.
Have heard the news? Yeah, something like that. It doesn't surprise me.
I also want to visit Australia one day.
Your days are numbered.
That's very old news.
I have like very little desire to visit Australia.
Why?
I've visited like eight or something out of countries, and I've never gone to a white country.
Wouldn't they all look like Kim Jong-un as well? I don't think you'd get mistaken for him everywhere. Especially over in North Korea. Yeah.
What if you want to grow up long like me, man? Like,
Well, I mean, like, that's the thing is I would mainly want to, like, interview people from, like, indigenous organizations and shit.
Right. I'm not saying it wouldn't be cool, but we could go to Kenya. You know what I mean? Like, I would like.
Do you think anything like this could ever be imposed in Australia?
Yeah, wait, I thought it was Northern Macedonia.
Yeah, hold the fuck on. No, it's a month in Jamaica. I think really.
All right, you want me to just skip to the parts where they go to the DPRK?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put a green screen up. It'll look sick.
You sure?
Yeah, it'll look brilliant. Trust me.
All right. We have to go to North Korea to get a haircut.
Why is it like a toxic waste symbol where they were flying out?
I mean, you should see the way these people live. These Australians. Yeah. They eat, like... I gotta show you their videos someday.
And there he was. Alexa. A dirty...
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, he looks fucked up because he got into a fight outside of a Chinese nightclub.
In China before he went to...
That's why his lip is all busted up.
Some Chinese dude beat his ass.
He was dancing with some girl at a Chinese nightclub or something, and then he's like outside with her, and then like this dude, I guess it's her
Chinese
boyfriend,
gangster got him.
like no, this dude and his friends were like you're dancing with my girl or whatever, and they got into like a fight and like beat the shit out of him. And like, he made it back to like wherever the fuck it was that they were staying, and he's like, I got into a fight. He just like went to bed because the other guy, Alex, is like, whatever. He woke up in the morning and he looked like this.
He had a large amount of hair, the majority of which he didn't want. And when he showed the hairdresser a picture of the exact amount of hair he wanted, they got rid of the unwanted hair. Just like hairdressers do all over the world. And you know what? I think the North Koreans did a great job.
So, it turns out the North Koreans get haircuts just like everyone else in the world does. What an exciting adventure, eh? So, where does that leave us now? Well, the nukes are still a problem. North Korea's
You guys need to film some sick pranks in public.
I'm not filming any kind of prank. You can just film me smiling the entire time, like that Pedro Pascal scene in that Nicolas Cage movie where I'm just beaming like.
Against real people. And you know what? We're not even sorry.
Oh shit. Is this still North Korea?
What about the news stories about slavery?
I don't think so.
Yes, it is very confronting to hear stories about slavery in North Korea. But for some reason, it's not quite as confronting to watch these stories on your television or your smartphone, which we know are
No, I hear American 80s music in the background. They're in
They
Australia.
might have that.
The only reason you're watching me right now is because you purchased a device which is made for you by your own personal.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're gonna be suspiciously happy.
Excuse me. Do you know where the laundry detergent is?
Oh yeah, mate. Aisle 7, next to the sponges.
Thank you very much. What about the prison camps? I mean, it is pretty disgusting when someone does that to their own people. But at the same time, it's a little bit confusing. I mean, what is a prison camp? Like, we have prisons, sure, but the bad guys...
Yeah.
The bad guys always seem to have prison camps. It's
Yeah,
as
that's
if our prisons are just
a very
great.
funny like distinction that's made. Like, oh, the camps. It's like, what's the difference between a prison and a camp?
It's as if our prisons are just great places to be. Our prisoners are known to burst into song and dance because, well, the amenities are so great and they get to go home when it gets dark. But the prison camps, oh boy, the prisoners are stuck there. They've got walls and guards, and the prisoners get physically and sexually abused. Prison camp is a useless word. It means nothing. And before you say, no, Alexa, the North Koreans...
Well, famous, he's never seen it before, so.
Never actually watched
Well,
this.
if
Yeah.
that's the case, you might need to have a conversation with the Australian Indigenous community, or refugees in detention, or the Black Lives Matter movement in the States. I mean, these are just examples of people. They could tell you quite a bit about large groups being imprisoned for no reason.
And
So what
it's
do we do
still
with this
happening.
word? Well, we could either start saying that we have prison camps, or just that North Korea has prisons, which isn't much of a news story, is it?
No.
I think it would be much more interesting to focus on the country that
No.
has the highest prison population per capita,
No, it's not.
which is America.
What about the bizarre military parades? That's some pretty confronting stuff. But imagine how confronting it is for them that the largest military exercise in the world happens twice a year on their border, where the big scary guys that invaded them in the past practice invading them all over again. But for an
I
organization-
honestly think that he went a little light, and it's just like, no, they almost ethnically cleansed them of their own land.
Yeah, it was like a genocide, dude. You can't bomb that much of an entire fucking country and just be like, oh no, this is liberation.
Yeah, there's, a mix-up, Like, you can't even say that.
Like the military, a parade is the cutest thing they could ever do. Because when an army isn't busy parading, they're busy killing people in actual wars. And yes, North Korea was in the Korean War, and that sucks. But since then, the US has invaded Guatemala, Egypt, Lebanon, Panama, Vietnam, Dominican Republic, Cambodia, Laos, Angola.
And we'll be reading about all of these in the weeks to come.
Grenada, Bolivia, Virgin Islands, Philippines.
Alex, you're running out of space.
What do you mean? I haven't got to the 90s yet.
No, but you literally can't fit in any more countries.
What if I move my head like this?
No, look, you've made your point, just finish it.
Alright. But for some reason, North Korea is the dangerous, unpredictable rogue state, and America's just a normal country.
They tend to use these words like
Rogue state.
Prisoner camps.
Death squad.
instead of just
Country. Prison.
The military.
and suddenly all the brutal stuff that we
The
do
military.
doesn't seem quite as bad. Before you know it, we're trapped in this giant, never-ending NutriBullet commercial.
Juicers make juice, blenders make smoothies, but the NutriBullet makes supercharged.
I have one.
Death squads. They have death squads over there. So glad our army has nothing to do with death. This supercharged superfood NutriBlast is delicious. Fuck regular juice.
Fuck regular juice.
It seems like all the scary stuff North Korea does, we do on a much larger scale. But then again, we've got pretty good excuses for our violence.
We did not want it to come to this, but we have got to bomb those guys. It's about defending democracy. It's a question of basic human rights.
Don't call them slaves. Those workers in the third world, they're just more competitive. They just want it more.
I don't know. I feel like I've heard these excuses before. Come on, buddy. I'm the last guy that wants to throw you in a prison camp. It's just, what am I meant to do? It's the Supreme Leader's word.
What am I to do?
I know this doesn't look good, but the Sun God, he really wants your heart.
Yikes.
We all have a unique way of justifying exploitation and violence. The main difference between North Korea and us is that we're winning. Our violence is the strongest. But in order for this media spectacle of North Korea to work, we've got to see the country as this bizarre, violent, rogue state, as this thing that's so different and such a threat to our peaceful and secure international system. But what this process does is it tries to make you forget that our international system has abused mankind far worse than anything this dictator of that tiny country could ever dream of. So what we need to do is we need to agitate and organize to take down capitalist imperialism once and for all. You know, Vladimir Lenin...
Thank you.
No, I had more.
No, thank you, Alexei. You proved your point. It was very enlightening. You can take a seat. Fuck, that was depressing. Let's get some happy music or something. Here we go.
I mean, and honestly, I have a feeling Friendly Jordies probably will be reading Lenin in the future.
Take it away, girls.
Oh yeah. Dude, I want to go to a North Korean water park, dude.
So there's what the fuck is it? Moderate Rebels, Vice. I feel like they used to have another one. Is this just the audio only? I'd be super. No, that's definitely not. This is before Max Blumenthal went off the fucking deep end, but they used to have a video on Vice. It's like one of their first fucking things they ever made. It was really good on Vice TV. This one. Yeah, it's like a two-parter. But I'm not watching like an hour.
I don't know if I
of
can
this.
go through this one right now.
No, and it's just audio, so not that one. Is this one just audio too? Yeah, it looks like it. All right, so guess we won't be doing that. I remember there being a video version of it though, so I gotta find that at some point.
Yeah, find that. Maybe we'll watch it on Friday or something.
Maybe.
If you find it, I'll watch it on Friday.
But real quick before we sign off, here's a 3.5 minute video they made after going to the DPRK.
Whether you live in a house, an apartment or a granny flat, we're all looking for ways to save time and money. Well, tonight's show is all about life hacks.
Thank you, Joanna. You know, once upon a time you had to be a billionaire to get into indoor landscaping. But now, with these simple life hacks, you can have your very own birds of paradise indoors without breaking the bank.
Alex, wait, check it out. You don't have to pretend to be on TV anymore.
I am on Better Homes and Gardens.
I'm sorry, okay, I didn't mean that. It's just we're actually on the news.
Sydney guys sneak into North Korea for a haircut.
Making a documentary there about getting their hair cut. And they were successful.
You guessed it, North Korea to get haircuts.
No, what?
Two Sydney mates decided to travel to North Korea for haircuts.
Who'd have thought that our North Korean haircut documentary would be caught up in this media whirlwind? Especially since the doco attacked the profit-driven mainstream media, which feeds off of misinformation and sensationalism. But somehow, miraculously, the mainstream media was completely on board.
Did you even watch the news story? What? That's not what they said at all. Instead of saying, these guys went to North Korea to see what it was like, they stuck with the same worn-out, unsubstantiated narrative that turns any North Korean news story into a profitable clickbait spectacle.
Let's talk about this now. A couple of lunatics basically risk their lives.
I don't want to get shot or anything. Once you're married as a woman, you have to cut all your hair off and have it short.
Let's flamethrower general.
Well, they're treated like gods.
Basically says that he beat Tiger Woods in golf.
Starving peasants are eating grass.
In fact, they were so wedded to the existing North Korean news story formula that they copied the same lame jokes that we criticised in our North Korean documentary.
Justin Bieber.
Now,
Dan Hathaway.
You're not the only ones that went for a haircut. Two other people had a very different experience. I think we've got a shot there.
Anne Hathaway? But how did this happen? How could so many news outlets actually report our story but somehow push the same coordinated sensationalist formula while ignoring our politically subversive content? Well, in centralized regimes, when an idea that challenges the system appears, it can simply be censored. But in capitalist regimes like our own, we do things a little differently. While censorship still exists here, the system can also protect itself in a very revolutionary way, by absorbing subversive ideas. It can take something that challenges the system, find value in it, and repackage a watered-down version of it.
Get the fuck out of here.
It becomes just another commodity. So instead of reporting on our subversive documentary, the media molded our story in the way the North Korean brand sells the best, as a spooky, comical caricature. And no matter how hard you fight, you can't escape the circus.
Jiggle.
All right, so
I think we're circling the drain.
yeah, I think that's us for tonight. I think.
So, I mean, thank you everyone for allowing me to finally talk about this subject that I've read a lot about. This is radically different than what we usually do, where we're quoting some author. This was literally shit that I wrote, that I compiled. I hope that was satisfactory. You know, maybe we'll do it again, because I know Guatemala is coming around the corner, and guess what?
It's gonna happen again.
Might just get a little something for Guatemala too. We'll see, because now I'm a little hyped up. But I hope you guys liked it. I hope it was of at least somewhere in the close standard of what we usually do. If you do like it, let me know. I'll try to maybe do more stuff like that. But if not, have a good night.
Let's see here.
I'm tired.
Did Ben add us to the materialists yet?
Thank you, Ash. Wish you the best.
Doesn't look like she did.
How
well, then
dare
you know who we're modding in that case.
Famous horse.
I mean, not modding, rating, whatever. You know what I meant.
No, you have a good night.
Famous horse. All right, everybody. Lost Salam. Stay strong out there. Be
Lots of
well.
love. Kisses.
See you Friday.
We don't know what we're doing yet.
What do you mean? What? It's not transphobia. Shut up, Grom.
Shut up. One Korea, one people.